what's up? I'm on tonight, riding through those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight, vibing in those city lights, pedal to the metal when I'm cutting through lanes, bass on boom as to rattle the brain, English a hog and my status the same, fresh outfit to compliment the paint, I'm on tonight, and the party won't wait, running through these lights at a NASCAR pace, under city lights with some stunners on my face, I'm on tonight, feeling as fresh as my paint, fresh candy paint on dubs, riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight, riding through those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight, vibing in those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight, partying under city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, bumping on a bleed, yes sir. I'm on tonight, vibing under city lights, arm out the window asking hottie her name, offer her a rider sitting next to me. Enjoy the city life, just don't OD. Caught up under city life, just like me. Headed to a party while she puffs on beats. Pull around the corner, see the party on the ass. We party
Okay.
in the lights, dancing in the street.
Now there's a little technical problem. Wait, hold on.
Riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight.
Just figure out where I am, and then we'll get started. Okay?
Candy paint on dubs. Headed to a party, what's up?
Don't listen to the music right now.
Vibing in those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight, partying under city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, bumping on a bleed, yes sir. I'm on tonight, vibing under city lights, dancing in the street with the car still rolling, smelling like a skunk cause the bleed's still going, under city lights till the sky turn morning, speakers on boom till the lights stop blowing, we body rock till the cops patrolling, jealous of the candy and the chrome that's showing, fresh candy paint on dubs, flam boasting, I'm on tonight, leaving all my haters toasted, fresh candy paint on dubs, riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight, riding through those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight, vibing in those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight, partying under city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, bumping on a bleed, yes sir. I'm on tonight, vibing under city lights. Riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight, riding through those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight, vibing in those city lights, pedal to the metal when I'm cutting through lanes, bass on boom and to rattle the brain, English a hog and my status the same, fresh outfit to compliment the paint, I'm on tonight, and the party won't wait, running through these lights at a NASCAR pace, under city lights with some stunners on my face, I'm on tonight, feeling as fresh as my paint, fresh candy paint on dubs, riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight, riding through those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight, vibing in those city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight, partying under city lights, fresh candy paint on dubs, bumping on a bleed, yes sir. I'm on tonight. rider sitting next to me. Enjoy the city life, just don't OD. Caught up under city life just like me. Headed to a party while she puffs on beats. Pull around the corner, see the party on the Ave. We party under city lights, dancing in the street. Doors open tight, smoking speakers on bleed. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight. Riding through those city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight. Vibing in those city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight. Partying under city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Bumping on the bleeds, yes sir. I'm on tonight. Vibing under city lights. Dancing in the street with the car still rolling. Smelling like a skunk cause the police still going. Under city lights till the sky turn morning. Speakers on boom till the lights stop blowing. We body rock till the cops patrolling. Jealous of the candy and the chrome that's showing. Fresh candy paint on dubs, flam boasting. I'm on tonight, leaving all my haters toasted. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Riding through your city, what's up? I'm on tonight. Riding through those city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Headed to a party, what's up? I'm on tonight. Vibing in those city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Sitting with a hottie up front. I'm on tonight. Partying under city lights. Fresh candy paint on dubs. Bumping on a beat, yes sir. I'm on tonight. Vibing under city lights.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever you are. Hello, Linda. How you doing? Linda's in the house, y'all. Mio, how's the Philippines looking this morning? Like and share. That's right. Subscribe. Papa Will is trying to get to that 400, so I can start dreaming about being at 5. So how you ladies doing this afternoon? Y'all ain't early. I'm just running kind of late, and it just seems like my my set is on its own, having its own set of problems again today, y'all. But I'm not giving in, and I'm damn sure not gonna give up. So let me just drop on down here to some all black, come back with some medium black, and see what happens to this black. Y'all see that that slightly off colored blackish grayish look behind my face. I swear to God, I was trying to zero it in, to have it the same color as the background, but it played tricks on me, so it didn't have none of that. April Showers, how you doing today? Welcome, ladies. Y'all are gonna be amazed. If y'all stick around, this whole thing, including grades, is gonna be like better than going to a great movie that you've seen in your past, in your lifetime. Because, like it said today, we got the trilogy. We're going to show the actual reason for the original Revolutionary War today. I got all the videos together. If you've been missing out on us, April, like I'm sure you haven't seen us, there it is. Now I'm up. What I've been doing, I've been having shows that look right straight at who and what is everything. Hold on for a minute here. As usual. Oh man, I still didn't make this right. But anyway, what I've done is I'm presenting today what we've gone over all last week and yesterday about what is a Morisco Moor, what is a Sephardic Jew, what is a crypto Christian, what is a Protestant. We've gone over this. And yesterday we started looking at what the Sons of Liberty are. And they showed us this flag that had 5 red stripes and 4 white stripes. And what that indicates, the 9 original Sons of Liberty. And I just want y'all to dig in, get your pen and paper out, because this is something that you've never heard before. And I know that can be seriously difficult when you're in a room full of me, being all educated with the air conditioner off and everything, and just sitting here sweating. So I want y'all to know I give all thanks to Kui Mayo Awa for his massive amount of research, are bringing us the names, the dates of people, what their last names was, who they're related to. We're going to find out, like I've taught you, like I've said to you earlier on in history, we're going to get in here where we're going to be finding out who the black people really were. And I'm telling you, you're going to be totally amazed at what we're going to see today. I'm just trying to give it a few minutes here and see, because it's kind of hard once we start. It is impossible for me to go back and start over again. We're trying to explain something when the rest of us have just kind of hit that and went on. So, Linda, are you talking to Mio? My friend Mio from the Philippines, you should subscribe to her. She's a great. Mio, go ahead and drop your link so that they can sub up to you, because she's a really nice person. She has some great friends. She's actually dropped a few on me, so I'm kind of stuck here, but now I'm functioning. Let me turn this AC on because I think I'm over here cooking something. Yeah, I got a turkey leg in the big pot. Yeah, we're gonna have smoked turkey leg tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna have with it. Oh yeah, I'm gonna act like it's Thanksgiving tomorrow. I'm gonna get that dressing out, man. We're gonna have that dressing, some string beans, and smoked turkey leg for dinner tomorrow. That's right. Yeah, I'm gonna act like it's Thanksgiving tomorrow, yo. We're gonna be thankful that I'm able to do it. Is what it's gonna be about. So let me get this first video going on here. Remember, this is the trilogy: the Moors, the Jews, the Moriscos, the Sephardic, crypto Christians. Everybody is in here. British King James. We got everybody going down in this one. That's going to lead up to a gigantic piece of history. We're going to hear some names mentioned, and you're going to find out what they truly were, what their intentions were. We're going to find out who was on whose side, everything. So let's just get with it. Now, this is a pickup from where we left off at yesterday, y'all. So for those of you that are new today, if you like, you can go back to yesterday's show, look at the beginning of it up to this point. But just follow along for now, because I think this is all we're going to need. Let me get this background music under control here. Because I think this one has got its own background music to it. And like I said, we're just picking up from where we left off yesterday with this one here.
We're going to dig it up a little bit. Now, Juan Pardo says here, the Indians of Watari, or Watari, Watari, Guatar, and first contact. The Watari Indians, or Watari Indians, lived in an influential settlement near Trading Fort and were led by a female chief. In 1567, again, they were led by what? A female chief. This is the same one that Soto's trying to kidnap, and the other people are helping, the other tribes are helping. In case you guys don't know, the Watari or Watari are a Siouan tribe. Siouan tribe. Again, a lot of tribes you never heard of, and these are a lot of the tribes that were getting enslaved. Siouan tribe. Yes, people of color. In 1567, they encountered Spanish explorers led by Captain Juan Pardo, who came through the North Carolina Piedmont with grand hopes of creating a powerful empire. A 400-year-old secret lies undisturbed beneath the waters of the Yadkin. It is a secret about Rowan's earliest recorded history, about events that predate the county's founding by nearly 2 centuries. It is a secret about the first documented Christian missionary success in the southeastern interior, indeed in all of North America. What are they talking about? So very interesting what they're saying here, beneath the waters of the Yadkin. What is the Yadkin? That's a river which became kind of like a lake. Yeah, and there's something under there that they're hiding. 400-year-old secret, right? This is Yadkin Memorial Park, right, as you can see. So this is the dam right here. As you guys can see what happened, it flooded all this area right here. So they're saying there's actually something under there. And this is one of the colonial towns we're talking about today with Juan Pardo.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest?
All right, a little settlement here. It says it is a secret about Indians, the Watari, or Watari, who lived in an influential settlement near Trading Fort and were led by a female chief. Again, female chief. It is a secret about Europeans, Spanish explorers led by Captain Juan Pardo. crypto Jews and crypto Muslims who came through the North Carolina Piedmont with grand hopes of creating a powerful empire. The Watari or Guattari welcomed the Spanish to their village in early February 1567. On that chilly winter day, the New World and the Old World came face to face on the banks of the Jatkin and Rowan's documented history officially began. The Spanish arrival in Rowan preceded that of the lost colony settlers on North Carolina's Roanoke Island by 20 years. Go to the state archives in Raleigh and copy a Spanish document from 1569 offers this description of the Rowan County area and the Jatkin River at the point of first European contact in 1567. Now listen to what they had to say about this area right here. This is what the Moors said, right? This is what the Moors said. They're quoting the Moors, okay? It is rich land, a land of mountain ridges and flat tracts of arable land, good for all the crops of the world. Next to this place passes a very full river. They say that any sort of ship could sail more than 20 leagues up this river. Pardo himself wrote of Watari or Watari, which was the name of the Indians as well as their village. This land is one of the good lands that exist in the world. Pardo, who is Pardo? We're about to see. Again, Moors. Such descriptions impressed Pedro Menendez de Aviles, governor of La Florida, the sprawling Spanish colonial territory that, according to Spain, included the entire southeast and all of the Atlantic coast. Menendez was so taken by descriptions of Guattari or Watari that he intended it to be the site of his personal agricultural estate, a 5,500 square mile domain promised him by the crown. But the Spaniards' ambitious dream quickly withered in southern soil, and the native tribes, beset by European-born epidemics of smallpox and other diseases, faced sweeping disruptions in their way of life. The Watari would eventually leave the Jatkin area and ultimately take on a new identity. What is their new identity? That's a deep one right there. Remember, this is a Siouan tribe. Similarly, the colonial records noting the Spanish presence at Watari became quietly submerged beneath the waters of history. You see, they submerged this. Another town, another secret, something else they're hiding here. All these towns right under these lakes, because of these dams they're building all over the place. Future videos, we're going to talk about all these so-called black towns that are under the lakes, underwater. This is one of them, original ones. Unknown in the United States for centuries, documents would eventually be discovered, though detective work by American archaeologists would not work out an accurate route for part of southeastern expedition until the 1980s. All right, so real quick before we continue with Juan Pardo. Now, Pardo, the origin of the Pardo surname, very important here. I've mentioned it before, and it actually anglicizes into something very common in American names. Now, Pardo says here Hebrew is very old, surname of Sephardic Jewish origin, and that derives from the Greek and Latin name Pardus, which means leopard or panther, right? To later change to Spanish pardo, meaning brown. It means brown and referring to the color of the feline in Latin Panthera pardus. Leopard nickname of this way because of those Jews who had the characteristic tan skin color. So now just real quick in this box, I just want to show you Pardo, right? Brownish gray. Anglicization is brown. Brown. So the surname Brown, a lot of these Sephardic Jews and Moors who had the Pardo last name when they came to the Americas or when they went to Wales, England, Ireland, Scotland, they anglicized their name into Brown. They really didn't change it. They just anglicized it, right? Brown. Yeah, many of the Browns are actually Pardo ancestry. We're in the website findmyheritage.wordpress.com, says Sephardic Trees blog, list of Sephardic Jewish surnames. And Pardo, as you guys can see, is one of them, which means what? Mulatto. Mulatto, brown. Pardo, the color brown, drab, dark. All right, and then it goes into cloudy, flat, dull voice, but literally brown or mulatto or a dark color. The color brown, mulatto, brown, pardo. Real quick, back in the book, Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. Remember, we learned this in this book. Again, this is another refresher. It says here, owing to its central location, Puerto Rico was subjected to repeated depredations by French, who's the French, English, these are literally just tags, and Portuguese privateers, right? English privateers, French privateers, they're all the same. Who's the privateers? Remember, who's these pirates? They were going after the Catholic ships. A fort was built by the Spanish settlers from 1530 to 1540 to defend the island. Spanish officials on the island during the late 1500s included the following: Menendez de Valdez, Pedro Suarez, Pedro Telo de Guzman, Pardo de Osario, Antonio Calderon, Antonio Mosquero, and Juan de Haro. These surnames further suggest that the island was Sephardic and Moorish community. Okay, Pardo continues as the surnames in the Puerto Rico sample are strongly suggestive of Converso, Morisco backgrounds. Bautista, Benitez, Bernal, Betancourt, Borges, Candelaria, Carrero, Casillas, Castellano, Costello, Colon, Cordova, Correa, Cruz, De Gracia, De Jesus, De las Reyes, Diaz, Espinosa, Phoebus, or Phoebus, Fariba's Forbes, Ferrer, Flores, Garcia, Guzman, Jimenez, Leon, Lopez, Marrero, Masonet, French Masonet, Medina, Arabic, Mendes, Miranda, Muniz, Navarro, Nieves, Oliveras, Olmeda, Ortega, Padilla, Ardo, Perez, Reyes, Robes, Romero, Rosie, Santiago, Santos, Vega, Janes, and Sayas, Morisco, Converso Morisco names. Again, in another part of the book, it says other Sephardim carry Berber surnames. For example, Ohana, O'Hara, O'Kanine, O'Soline, Malkar, Nar, Montel, Savora, Pardo, which is brown, right, is brown, same family. Nechem, Abban. Continues, says among the Sephardic surnames in the Caribbean identified by Arbel R, and it lists all these, so I'm going to read them all now no more. Then we got Pardo down here, right? Again, Pardo. All right, now it's going to talk about what we're reading today about Juan Pardo. It says in this book, right, Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. It says, finally, in 1566, the Spanish succeeded in establishing the Santa Elena colony near the present-day border of South Carolina and Georgia at Beaufort. The settlers numbered 1,500 men and 14 women. All right, 14 women compared to 1,500 men. Do you guys hear that? So how were they going to multiply? They needed other women, right? They couldn't do it with just 14 women. I mean, they could, but that would be crazy, right? So they went to the local women, remember. 1,500 men compared to 14 women only. So you know they took on wives. From Santa Elena, Captain Juan Pardo, Sephardic surname Brown, Sephardic surname Brown, set off 2 expeditions establishing forts as far westward as Knoxville, Tennessee. Santa Elena was a thriving seaport colony with craftspeople, families, and a Morisco pottery making facility. You guys hear that? Santa Elena craftsmen and merchants traded with Mexico, Italy, and Spain. They never taught us none of this stuff in school. They want us to think that there was nothing there before Roanoke or before Jamestown. Some even owned Chinese porcelain. They were trading far and wide. Soldiers stationed in the town were drawn from a cross-section of Spain: Marchena, Gibraltar, Cadiz, Sevilla, Bilbao, Leon, Salamanca, Toledo, and Palencia. Notably, all areas with substantial Sephardic and Morisco populations. Those were Moorish towns. A list of names of settlers is given in Appendix J. As is readily apparent, most are almost certainly Sephardic, Jewish, or Converso families. Okay? So you guys kind of get the point. As it says here, Pardo, Spanish, Portuguese, brown, mulatto, panther, black panther, from here, man, from El Pardo, Spain, Pardo, brown, mulatto. This is another book. It's called The Melungeons, The Resurrection of a Proud People. An untold story of ethnic cleansing in America by N. Brent Kennedy with Robin Vagan Kennedy. And I'm going to go to chapter 2, and it says, in the beginning, no one really knows when the Melungeons were first discovered, although by the time Tennessee Governor John Sevier encountered them in August 1784, their numbers were apparently substantial. They lived in sizable communities, primarily on the upper ridges of the eastern Tennessee, counties of Hancock, Hawkins, and Rhea, and Ashe, Johnsey, Surrey, and Allegheny counties in western North Carolina, and in what are now Wise, Scott, Lee, and Dickinson counties in southwestern Virginia. According to Lewis Davis of the Nashville Tennessean, the so-called Melungeons were dark-skinned people, okay? Dark-skinned people, reddish-brown complexion people, supposed to be of Moorish descent. Moorish descent, who were neither Indian nor Negro, but had fine European features and claimed to be Portuguese. All right, Portuguese Moors. Like I said, more precisely, it was Portuguese, as they themselves pronounced it. They claimed descent from a group of Portuguese who had either been shipwrecked or otherwise abandoned on the Atlantic coast. Abandoned. Remember, all these people who are fleeing all these forts. We just got all these expeditions, right? It is important to know that regardless of where the individual pockets of these people dwelt, the same Portuguese origin was consistently offered to explain their existence. All right, so now I'm going to belly flop to page 104 of this book. It says, Meanwhile, in the New World. This here, Joseph Judge in the March 1988 issue of National Geographic beautifully describes the everyday life of the Santa Elena colonists, from their tradition of worship to their relationships with the various surrounding Native American tribes. Judge's article also touches on the exploits of one Spanish officer, Juan Pardo, who is probably at least one of the keys to the Melungeon scenario. Dr. Chester DePrater of the University of South Carolina's Institute of Archaeology and Anthropology, a Melungeon Research Committee member, along with his highly respected colleague, Dr. Stanley South, are key members of the research team excavating Santa Elena. The Juan Pardo connection. In 1566, Captain Juan Pardo, a Spanish officer, most likely of Portuguese origin, recruited some 200 soldiers, all right, probably from the mountains of northern Spain and Portugal, that is the Galician mountains, and brought them to the Santa Elena colony. Pardo assigned these right? Soldier settlers. Remember these prisoners of war, Moors, remember? To a series of 4 or perhaps 5 forts in northern Georgia, western North Carolina, eastern Tennessee, or a combination thereof, depending on the interpretations of various scholars studying the question. Historian J.G. Hollingsworth, for example, suggests that Pardo left 30 soldiers in a fort located in what is now Surry County, North Carolina, part of the old Indian territory of Shula, or Yuara, as it was called by the Spanish, right? The Guatari. More intriguing is Hollingsworth's contention that the Spanish continued to operate a fort and a mine as late as 1670 near present-day Lincolnton, North Carolina. Although these Spanish would of necessity have been neither new arrivals or descendants of Pardo soldiers settlers. In any event, Pardo left these soldiers with orders to hold the land for King Felipe and His Holiness the Pope, and then Pardo returned to Spain. 2.5 years later, he once again sailed to the Santa Elena colony, this time possibly bringing the wives and children of a number of these soldiers. Santa Elena, after all, was to be a permanent settlement, and a permanent settlement required more than a single male soldiers. So they're making up about the wives, possibly, right? Remember, they brought all males. They needed women. Yes, they got the Indian women. What is of great interest here is that if these soldiers were indeed recruited from either the Galician mountains or southern Spain, then there is every likelihood that they and their families were of mixed Berber, Jewish, and Basque heritage, while they were undoubtedly conversos, all right, cryptos, and practicing believing Catholics or new Christians. Spain's policy was to send only Catholics to settle new territories. They conceivably could have been less than equal citizens in Spain and Portugal intent on reconquest. Even more importantly, they also would have been far easier recruits for resettlement in the New World than the so-called native Iberians or those who more pure or wealthier families. All right, again, they're letting you know these are the ones they were trying to get rid of: the Inquisition, the Moors, and the Sephardic Jews. Indeed, in 1568, just 1 year after their immigration to Santa Elena, the Inquisition against the Moors went into high gear. It is quite possible that these soldiers and their families saw the writing on the wall and took advantage of an opportunity to leave before the going got even tougher. That young Christian men of Moorish origin were being recruited for the New World service is well known. As Fernand Braudel puts it, In the 16th century, Seville and the Andalusian hinterland, still half Muslim and hardly half Christian, were engaged in sending their men to settle whole areas of Spanish America. Okay, Moors. They were sending Moors to settle America. These areas still bear the mark of their origins. Carlos Pereira, all right, Pereira became Perry. Anglicized version of Pereira is Perry, has perfectly described it. Spain sent all her sons down to this southern region, opening onto the sea. Although it may be pure coincidence, the darker skinned Spanish and Portuguese recruits assigned to Brazil and the Caribbean during this same time period were known as pardos, a different classification from either Negroes or mulattoes, both categories utilized by the Spanish military, while pardo can today be translated as black or dark. Again, what does pardo mean? Black or dark. Could the term have originated with Juan Pardo? Or more likely, could Juan Pardo himself have been of Moorish or Jewish origin, with his name originating from the term? Whatever was the situation, the idea of a connection is an intriguing possibility, better left to qualified historians and linguists. Continues, says David J. Weber, in his brilliant historical study of the Spanish frontier in North America, unlike some others in his field, at least leaves open the question regarding Pardo settlers. Unlike De Soto, Pardo planted settlement along the way. He built a chain of 5 small fortifications, with a detachment assigned to each one. Pardo returned safely to Santa Elena, but his path of garrisons disappeared. Their few defenders either killed by Indians or absorbed into the Indian tribes. Continuing in the book, it says here in chapter 6, putting it all together, he says, I contend that the remnants of Joao or Juan Pardo's forts, joined by refugees from Santa Helena, remember these are all Moors and Sephardic Jews, and possibly a few stray Dominicans and Jesuits, exiled Moorish French Huguenots. Moorish French Huguenots. We can't make this up. Why is this book saying the same thing that we've been saying, right? Moorish, the French Huguenots are Moors. Moorish French Huguenots and escaped Acadians. Who are the Acadians? Check out my Acadian video. They're Huguenots too. These were black folks as well, along with Drakes and perhaps other freed Moorish Iberian captives. All right, we're going to get into Drakes again. Survived on these shores. Combined forces over the ensuing years moved to the hinterlands, intermarried with various Carolina and Virginia Native Americans, and eventually became the reclusive Melungeons. You hear that? So a lot of these Moorish, Sephardic runaways or settlers that survived, escaped, dissenters, ex-prisoners of war, ex-soldiers, they kind of all got together because they kind of were the same people. And they eventually moved to the higher lands, intermarried with various Carolina, Siouan, and Virginia, Powhatan, Algonquin, Muskogee-speaking tribes, right, women, and eventually became the reclusive Melungeons. I as strongly contend that the Moorish element was, at least in the beginning, the predominant one. All right, the Moorish element was the predominant one in the beginning, explaining why the probably Moorish self-descriptive term Melungeon came to be associated with the various population regardless of their location. The gene frequency data we have supports just such a heritage, and the circumstantial evidence, in the words of press officer Luis de Souza at the Portuguese embassy in Washington, is quite credible and quite convincing. Certainly, if Drake's Moors, all right, we're going to get into Francis Drake, all right. Moors were primarily men. As we know, they were the tendency for their children to adopt the father's heritage would be, one, strong, given the patrilineal tradition of the Moors, and two, as a result of this tendency, would better explain the widespread dissemination of the so-called Melungeon heritage. Several hundred Moorish men could leave quite a genetic and cultural heritage after but one generation, to say nothing of the estimated 14 generations since their arrival. Additionally, the accompanying claim to be Portuguese fits with both the South American Moors and the Pardo Santa Elena component as well. Portuguese or not, it would have been the smartest, politically correct heritage for either group to claim, given the circumstances of the time. All right, so I know exactly what that means. So if you have so-called Portuguese in your heritage, it actually, most likely is a crypto Jew, a crypto Muslim, Morisco. So again, we just been going over Access Genealogy, this article, the great article they have here, just to mention some of the things people may not know: castaways, deserters, refugees, and pirates. And this whole time, they've been letting us know that a lot of these were Sephardic Jews and Moors, like Europeans that were being left behind in colonial times and assimilating with the local population. So now we're going to be talking about Dominique de Gourgues' expedition, 1568. De Gourgues' two-ship fleet temporarily anchored off the south coast of Cuba in early November of 1568. De Gourgues is totally silent about where he was and what he did until he rendezvoused in mid-April at a pre-designated anchorage on the Medway River in Georgia. The location of the village of Takaturu. The location was near present-day Midway, Georgia, 24 miles south of present-day Savannah. All of the forts built by Pardo were destroyed during this period of de Gourgues' silence. The systematic destruction of Spanish power north of San Agustin suggests that some Europeans were operating as advisors to native provinces in the interior. De Gourgues' report to the king leaves many unanswered questions. All right, so what does Wikipedia say about Dominique de Gourgues? It says he was born around 1530. 1583 was a French nobleman and soldier. He is best known for leading an attack against Spanish Florida in 1568. So just want to point out that most likely he is a Huguenot. We're going to see that. And also that he was attacking not specifically Spanish, because a lot of them are Spanish or French, but the Catholics, who was at constant war with them. And he did that in response to the destruction of French Fort Caroline. Right? That's the one we read about already, which was founded by René Goulain de Lanaudière. Remember, Lanaudière was a Huguenot. So he was mad at what happened there. We're going to read what happened. All right, and how he got revenge.
Remember, take
I'm going to read down here real quick. It says situation in the colonies.
We're going to be
Philip II
this information
of Spain.
Later.
I touched the hijack with this whitewash image. What are you talking about, Cootie Mel? It says he was a Roman Catholic, so he was with the Catholics, right? This is Charles V's son. Charles V is a so-called black man. So the one they're showing us here is definitely not him. So he was a Roman Catholic king who hated Protestants. Who's the Protestants? He hated who? The cryptos, the crypto Muslims, crypto Jews, the new Christians that convert. He hated them. Remember, they were persecuting the Catholics. The Inquisition was all about getting rid of them. And even if they hid under Protestantism or these other names, they knew who they were. That's why they hated Protestants, including the French Huguenots. Again, who's the Huguenots? Moors, right?
Moors.
The Catholics are after the Moors and the Jews of Spain and Portugal. Of course, they're going to hate the Huguenots and the Protestants. That's the same people. And he considered them heretics because, again, they're not Catholics. They're not really Christians. It's just outwardly. Remember? They were still practicing their beliefs, their Muslim and Jewish beliefs. He ordered his troops to kill any they found in the colonies. So this is the war that I'm talking about. Catholics are going after the Protestants and Huguenots and all these people because they're Moors and Sephardic Jews. Therefore, in 1565, troops under Pedro Menendez de Aviles notoriously massacred hundreds of Frenchmen around Fort Caroline in what is now, and this is wrong, it's not in Jacksonville. They got this wrong in Wikipedia. We already read where it was located. After capturing the fort and slaying nearly all his prisoners, Menendez hung their bodies on the trees with the inscription, not as a Frenchman, but as Lutherans. So he's saying, I didn't kill them because they were French, but because they're, because they're cryptos. They're not really Christians or so-called Lutherans. The massacre aroused indignation in France among the Protestants and Catholics alike. The French king sent complaints to the Spanish court but Menendez and his associates, instead of being punished for the deed, received rewards and honors. I just want to read the overall story to you guys. Now it says here, revenge. We just read about Dominique de Gourgues, right, expedition to French Florida. Embittered by the cruelty and indignity that he had suffered from the Spaniards, the Catholics, de Gourgues, determined to avenge the murder of his Protestant compatriots. He was a Protestant. He is a Huguenot. He is a Protestant. He's a crypto Jew, crypto Muslim. Though he was himself a Catholic, he had converted, though. He had to survive. He sold everything he had and borrowed money from his brother Antoine to recruit a crew and chartered 3 ships. He sailed to Cuba with 200 men, never telling them the goal of their trip. Listen to where they went. Listen to what he was doing. Once in Cuba, he made his intentions clear and his crew approved his choice of revenge. Gourgues then moved to attack Spanish-held Fort Caroline. So the Catholics had murdered the original people that were in Fort Caroline, which was the Huguenots, right? So now they had control of the fort, and the Gourgues came. He moved and attacked this fort, which they had renamed as Fort San Mateo, enlisting the aid of Fort Caroline's old allies, the Saturigua. Who's the Saturigua? Were a Timucua chieftain, and then the Takatakuru was a Timucua chieftain as well. So these Indians held
Okay, the reason why I'm stopping the show right now is so we could do a little verbal catching up, because we've never heard any of these Indian names and forts in our history books in school or nowhere have we. Now, what he's really saying is, the Spaniards came here, built and stole and killed and raped everybody that came across that wasn't a Christian. That's the whole thing right here. Is the Holy Roman Catholic Church was selling Christianity, but they wasn't really selling Christianity. Not true Christianity is not what they were selling. They were selling bend to our will or die. Now, how can you be representing a religion and all you're doing is going to places that don't belong to you and killing the people that are there? Huh? How can you call yourself a religion when that's what you're doing? And they use that term Protestant. And Protestant just means that you're a Morisco. I mean, you're a crypto Christian. You're not really a Christian, you're still a Muslim. But if anybody asks, or you're Christian. And that's like people that you see, they look mentally ill or they look and talk differently, and then they start misquoting the Bible to you. That's kind of a situation, just to give you a picture, what's happening with these Protestants and these crypto Christians. They could, call themselves Christians, but when they opened their mouth and started reciting acts out of the Christian Bible at the time, they were blowing their cover. So what I'm saying here is many a church, a town, a community, original Native Americans was wiped out by these crypto Christians. Now, what they're saying was other Protestants, women, they were getting wiped out by the Holy Roman Catholic Church. Don't confuse me. And then what they're saying now is that people that came along later defeated those Christian churches, because it's not like back in Europe where they just have an endless supply of soldiers. Over here, they have only small forces, and the Native Americans mixed with the crypto Christians and the Sephardic Jews created larger fighting forces. That's what he's leading up to here. Let's get rid of the Catholic Church and let's begin to take control over Fort Caroline and other Fort San Mateo, you know, and take these places over and spread out and become the people that we are. You know, like he said, the French and the Indians killed the Spanish prisoners in retribution for Fort Caroline and other massacres of Protestants. See, let me catch you with some enemy people in your camp. I'm killing them. I'm taking them from you. And if you get in my way, I'm gonna kill you too, because I'm mad. And you know what happens when people get mad? They become rhinoceroses and polar bears and wild boars and stuff. They just want to kill everything in the vicinity. Okay, so that's enough catch up for now. Let's go on for another 25 minutes, and then we'll take a musical break, okay?
Gorgie, right? The Huguenot, the Protestant, all people of color against other people of color, Catholics. Again, with the help of clans of the Timucua Indians, the fort soon surrendered to the Gorgie's forces. The French and Indians killed the Spanish prisoners in retribution for Fort Caroline and other massacres of Protestants. They hated the Catholics because of what they had done to their people, this war they were having. They're being persecuted by the Catholics ever since they left Iberia. They hanged the prisoners with the inscription, not as Spaniards, but as murderers. Whoa.
Yeah.
All right, Hane, that's the source. Go check that out. So you see, they got them back. We didn't kill them because they were from Spain, because that's our ancestry too. We killed them because they were murderers. They came and killed the Huguenots there first. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
As an entrepreneur, as a creator, I'm 24/7 on the go.
So what we're seeing here, what is going on, is that these people that are getting the opportunity to fight back are catching small pockets of these Catholics, Christians, and wiping them out for what they have done to their people. There's some get back is what's really going on. There's some get back. There's some get back. They're getting even with the way they had been treated as people, just Jews and Moors. You know, they were just tired of how everything had gone down, and they were working on getting their act back together. That's what we got going on here, you guys.
By the Arab Moors by Henry Copey, written in 1892. We're on page 445. And right there, they're talking about Christopher Columbus and how he believed only Moorish civilization was good, and that his vessel was fitted out in that little port of Palos, which had lately been a Moorish port. His sailors were many of them men with Moorish blood in their veins. It has been asserted that when the Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in the south of France, who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, became Huguenots. Who became Huguenots? Moors. Moors when they were driven out. Moors, right? Moors when they were driven out of Spain and Portugal. They ended up in southern France, became known as Huguenots, right? They're being persecuted by the Catholics. So this is a beef they had. Huguenots are Moors and Sephardic Jews as well. So when they're telling us Dominique de Gourges took revenge on the Catholics for his Huguenot or Protestant compatriots, that's his people, Moors. I want to read from this book now. It's called The Lily and the Totem, or The Huguenots in Florida, the Moors in Florida. 1562 to 1570, a series of sketches, pictures, and historical of the colonies of Coligny in North America. University of California, huh? This was written from 1850. This was written in 1850. Just real quick, in chapter 1, they're talking about the first voyage of revolt. This was like one of the first Huguenots that came into Florida. Says here the Huguenots, or the Moors, right? In plain terms, in very plain terms, were the Protestants of France. Who's the Protestants? They were a sect which rose very soon after the preaching of the Reformation had passed from Germany into the neighboring countries. In France, they first excited the apprehensions and provoked the hostility of the Roman Catholic priesthood. You see, because these were Moors and Sephardic Jews, they were at war with them. During the reign of Francis I, this prince, unstable as water, and governed rather by his humors and caprices than by any fixed principles of conduct, wanton, perhaps equally in the head and heart, showed himself in the outset of his career rather friendly to the reformers, but they were soon destined to suffer, with more decided favorites, from the caprices of his despotism. The Huguenots were not originally known by this name. It does not appear to have been one of their own choosing. That's not what their name was. It was the name which distinguished them in the days of their persecution. Remember, it meant a confederation, a coming together of comrades. I look up the etymology of Huguenot, you'll see it. Confederacy. Again, it distinguished them because of their persecution. Their persecution, who's being persecuted? The Moors and Sephardic Jews from Spain and Portugal by the Catholics, the Holy Roman Emperor, right? Who? Another so-called black man, Charles V. So we go to chapter 25. Yeah, 25. Dominique de Gourgues. Early history of Gourgues. The tidings of the fearful massacre of the Huguenots in Florida, as well in Spanish as in French accounts, at length reached France. Deep was the feeling of horror and indignation which they everywhere excited among the people. Catholics, not less than Protestants, felt how terrible was the cruelty thus inflicted upon humanity, how insolent the scorn thus put upon the flag of the country. Wild and bitter was the cry of anguish sent up by the thousands bereaved widows and orphans of the murdered men. But this cry, this feeling, this sense of suffering and shame awakened no sympathies in the court of France. The King Charles IX heard the supplication of the wives and children of the sufferers without according any answer to the prayer. The blood of nearly 900 victims, 900 people in Fort Caroline. You guys hear that? That's how many people, the Catholics, right? Charles V's people went in there and murdered nearly 900 people. Cried equally to earth and heaven for vengeance, and cried in vain to the earthly sovereign. He had no ear for the sorrows and the wrongs of heresy, and the plight of humanity was stifled in the supposed interests of religion. Charles was most regally indifferent to a crime which relieved him of so many troublesome subjects, and was at that very time meditating the most summary processes for still farther diminishing their numbers. He was yet to provide an appropriate finish to such a history of massacre and the bloody tragedy of St. Bartholomew. All right, check out my Huguenots video. We went over the whole history of what happened to the Huguenots and Protestants, you know, how they were being massacred. But remember, I just want to remind you that eventually Oliver Cromwell, right, he was a Protestant, so they did the same thing to the Catholics when they were in power, you know, and that's when they got rid of the Jacobites. The Jacobites were Catholic. These were black folks too. So don't think we're talking about white and black, because we're talking about Catholics and Protestants. But if the court of France demanded no redress for the massacre of its people, and that of Spain offered none, either address or apology, there was yet a deep and intense passion dwelling in the heart of the one nation, and yearning for revenge upon that of the other. There was still a chivalrous feeling in France, which showed itself superior to the exactions of sect or party, and which brought it with terrible intensity over the bloody fortunes of the French in Florida. This moody meditation at length found its fitting exponent. The sentiment that stirs earnestly in the popular heart will always, sooner or later, obtain a fitting voice, and where it burns justifiably for vengeance, it will not long be wanting in a weapon. The avenger arose in due season to satisfy the demands of justice. All right, so this is what they're talking about. So this is the background of Dominique de Gourgues, right? Before he did his expedition, so-called expedition, he was on a mission. He was on a military campaign to get rid of the Catholics. And remember, and he allied with Timucua Indians. All right. So there is part of history too, an important thing to understand. All right, a little more ahead in the book, just here in part 8, it says the conquest of La Caroline. The Chevalier de Gourgues now proposed temporarily to rest from his labors and give himself a reasonable time before attempting the superior fortress of La Caroline. All right, it says here the Indians meanwhile had been ordered to environ the fortress and so to cover the whole face of the country as to make it impossible that the garrison should obtain help, convey intelligence of their situation to their friends in St. Augustine, or escape from the beleaguered station. So they had the Timucua Indians are again helping and making sure nobody escapes the fort, none of those Catholics or the people working for them. All right, so after they capture the fortress and they go in, he describes how they did it, where they stationed, how they got in. You know, it's very good book if you want to read it. I'm just jumping to a certain section. It says the captured fortress was one with a singular facility and with so little loss to the assailants as to confirm them in the conviction that the service was acceptable to God. But his vengeance was not complete. The final act of expiation was yet to take place. In bringing all his prisoners together, he had them conducted to the fatal tree upon which the Spaniards had done to death their Huguenot captives. He's going to take revenge. This was at a short distance from the fortress. Mournful was the spectacle that met the eyes of the Frenchmen or the Huguenots or the Moors, right? As they reached the spot, there still hung the withered and wasted skeletons of their brethren. They still had the skeletons there of the Huguenots or the Moors, the Catholics did, right? So-called Catholics, naked, bare of flesh, bleached and rattling against the branches of the thrice accursed tree. The tempest had beaten wildly against their wasted forms. The obscene birds had preyed upon their carcasses, some had fallen, and lay in undistinguished heaps upon the earth. But the entire skeletons of many unbroken still waved in the unconscious breezes of heaven. For 2 weary years had they been thus tossed and shaken in the tempest. For 2 years had they thus waved, ghastly, white, and terrible, in mockery of the blessed sunshine. And now, in the genial breezes of April, they still shook aloft in horrible contrast with the green leaves and the purple blossoms of spring around them. But they were now decreed to take their shame from the suffering eyes of day. A solemn service was set over the wretched remains, which were taken down with cautious hands, as considerately as they were still accessible to hurt, and buried in one common grave. The red man looked on wondering and in grave silence, and Holata Kara, leaning upon his spear, might almost be thought to weep at the cruel spectacle. But his aspect changed when the Spanish captives were brought forth. They were ranged, manacled in pairs, beneath the same tree of sacrifice. Briefly and in stern accents did Gourgues recite the crime of which they had been guilty, and which they were now to expiate by a sufferance of the same fate which they had decreed to their victims. Prayers and pleadings were alike in vain. The priest who had performed the solemn rites for the dead now performed the last duties for the living judged. He heard their confessions. One of the wretched victims confessed that the judgment under which he was about to suffer was a just one, that he himself with his own hands had hung no less than 5 of the wretched Huguenots. He was proud of it, you see that? He killed 5 Moors. With such a confession ringing in their ears, it was not possible for the French to be merciful. At a given signal, the victims were run up to the deadly branches, which they themselves had accursed by such employment, and even while their suspended forms riddled and quivered with the last fruitless efforts of expiring consciousness, the chieftain Holatakara looked upon them with a cold, hard eye, stern and tearless, as if he felt the dreadful propriety of this wild and unrelenting justice. The deed done, the expiation made, Gourgues then procured a huge plank of pine, upon which he caused to be branded with a searing iron in rude but large intelligible characters these words, corresponding to that inscription put by the Spaniards over the Huguenots, and as fitting commentary upon it. These are not hung as Spaniards, nor as mariners, or as Moors, right? But as traitors, robbers, and murderers. Traitors. A lot of them were Moors who had converted to Catholics. Traitors, robbers, and murderers. They had killed the Huguenots, his people. Okay. So I just wanted to read, how deep this was, because an Access Genealogy website, they don't really tell us much. We're just talking about a more on more war here. Shout out to Drop Nation, Con Drop, what we call today so-called black on black crime. All right, so we're back in Access Genealogy, free genealogy website. Great article we're reading. Castaways, deserters, refugees, and pirates. All right, so we just read about Dominique de Gourgues' expedition and his revenge for his Huguenot Moorish people. Now we're going to read about the Jewish pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, you guys know about that. We've done a couple videos on that. Let's read what it says here. It says in 1580, Spain and Portugal became one country. There had officially been no Jews in Portugal since 1497, officially, right? They were cryptos, when all were forcibly baptized. However, the King of Portugal did not harass Jewish families, who continued to keep a low profile with their religious practices, because he needed their mercantile expertise. All right, they had all the ports, all the networks, all the trade going. These were business people, and they helped run the commerce in the kingdom. The crypto Jews in Portugal knew, however, that the Inquisition would soon follow annexation. They established trade networks in Brazil, Colombia, and the Caribbean basin, then migrated to the Americas by the hundreds, perhaps thousands. Yeah, thousands. Again, we got very thorough videos on these very topics of how Sephardic Jews and the Moors had a trade network in all these places. They were called port Jews. They were the merchants, the seafaring captains, the pirates, all that. There was a large concentration of Portuguese crypto Jews in Puerto Rico, Barbados, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. This probably explains why both the ships of Roanoke Island Colony and the later Jamestown Colony were able to anchor in southern Puerto Rican harbors for many days in order to replenish supplies and rest. At that time of the Roanoke Colony, Spain and England were at war. They weren't supposed to go over there. So you see what they're telling you, because Roanoke, as we know, was also Sephardic and Moorish colonists. They were the same people, cryptos. Those Portuguese Jews living in the Bahamas and Jamaica were in ideal situations to trade with the embryonic colonies on the mainland of North America. It is suspected that many of the handfuls of Spaniards who established rural haciendas in Florida were really cryptic Jews seeking isolation from the Inquisition. However, many more were lured by the quicker profits and hatred of Spain to become pirates, all right? They became pirates because they hated the Catholics, so they were raiding their ships. The real pirates of the Caribbean here, okay? The Jewish pirates of the Caribbean attacked and plundered the Spanish fleet while forming alliances with England and the Netherlands to ensure the safety of Jews living and hiding in the New World. They waited off the Florida and Georgia coast to spring on treasure-laden galleons that were plodding up the Gulf Stream. They were probably the pirates who raided the Spanish coastal missions in Georgia. Okay, these are your pirates, Sephardic Jews and Moors, cryptos, because they maintained illegal operations on a regional scale just off the coast of the southeast. The Jewish pirates were in an ideal situation to operate gold and silver mines in the Appalachians without the king's approval. They also could have easily transported religious refugees to the coast, all right, their brethren, religious refugees, to the coast and arranged for safe passage through the native provinces between the coast and the mountains. You see, the Moors and Sephardic Jews were in America, and they were living amongst the Indians. All right, so real quick, I'm gonna get into this video right here that I've done. It's part 8 of my series, Nations of the World. Make sure to catch that series. Very good, informative videos. The Sephardic Moorish real pirates of the Caribbean, Buccaneers. As you guys can see, this little drawing right here, that was drawn by my son. We're gonna get into some parts of this video real quick. Crypto Jews, crypto Muslims. All right, under the Dutch banner, under Portuguese banner, under Spanish banner, under Irish or English. So we're gonna get into this book, and the cover, just the cover alone, already explains a little bit. All right, so it says the story begins with Columbus and the Age of Discovery, when secret Jews sailed with the explorers, marched with the conquistadors, and were among the first settlers in every new world colony. Again, they were what? Amongst the first settlers. This is very significant. This is, as we keep researching, we're going to see, well, we go to every settlement, every first colony here in America, every place that was colonized, and we're going to find these people. We're going to find Sephardic Jews, Morisco crypto, Moors, all that. We're going to find them here, settling in, getting into their trade, getting in their business, whatever they were doing, sugar, trying to survive, trying to be able to practice their own, beliefs, all that in the new world. And they were the pioneers. All right, this early history is largely unknown because few then or since realized that these pioneers were Jewish. I told you, these pioneers were Jewish. Iberian Jews, Iberian Jews posed as new Christians from Portugal. Again, Iberian Jews posed as new Christians from Portugal. All right, the one settler group that was not required to prove their Catholic ancestry. Most Portuguese operating in the Spanish Empire were new Christians. Again, most Portuguese, all of them. See, it wasn't a majority of Catholic Christians no, the Portuguese one. That's what I'm trying to tell you. When you're reading about the colonial times, the conquista times, right? When the Spaniards and Portuguese came, all right? Again, they're letting you know in this book, most, I would say a lot, most of them, if not all of them, very few, all right, most of them were actually Moorish, Sephardic, people of color, what they call Portuguese or Spanish, but they were Iberians, right? They were the ones operating in the Spanish Empire. They were the ones who were new Christians. So Columbus and all these people, you know how he brought Christianity. He's the Christ bearer. He was just doing that just to, survive for himself. These were crypto Jews, commonly called conversos, and many maintained their allegiance to their ancestral faith. So they would come with the cross, here, worship Jesus, right? And they wouldn't even do it. They knew that wasn't them. That wasn't part of their beliefs. Arriving first as explorers and conquistadors, they and the Jewish pioneers who followed soon focused on a field of expertise that had sustained them and made them welcome in the diaspora. All right. So these people, not all were saints. A lot, again, they did whatever they had to do to survive in the enemy world, right? They were so-called explorers too, and conquistador, conquering, conquistadors, people of color, so-called black people. All right. Check out my Columbus and his Negro Friends video from about 2-3 years ago. We first just started this research and all that, and we went over some of the so-called black, famous black conquistadors, all right, that are known in history. But there was a lot more because a lot of the people we thought were white were actually so-called black. So it was a lot more, all right, and that included again Sephardic Jews and Moriscos, all these people, crypto Muslims, crypto Jews, a mercantile people. Jews in the New World went about their business as traders and ship owners, thus becoming the first merchant class in the Spanish Empire. As long as they pretended to be Christian and delivered the goods, no one questioned their religiosity too closely. They set up the first sugar factories. Who set up the first sugar factories and plantations? Sugar, right? Sugar factory, sugar, slavery, right? Plantation system, Kunta Kinte, right? They told us they brought Africans, and they told us it was white people creating all this stuff. But it was actually Sephardic, people of color, Jews, Iberians, who set up the first sugar factories, pioneered grain, coffee, and tea cultivation, and traded sugar, tobacco, all right? Tobacco, remember the Indians, the Dutch tobacco companies and the Indians, the pictures of the Indians, the tobacco Indians. Who was doing all that? Also people of color. Gold and silver with covert Jews of the Iberian Peninsula. Covert. They had their networks set up over in Europe still. So they had a great network going back and forth with their covert family members back in the Iberian Peninsula. Covert, secret, undercover, covert, not in the open.
Before I got The Athletic, I was a big loser at fantasy. And now
history of the Sephardic Jews. All right? Okay? I told you guys. All right? Once you get into true, correct history, everything starts coming together. All right? Because the Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean, all right? Forget the Toltec Jewish. Pirates of the Caribbean is the history of Sephardic Jews in the early New World, okay? That whole movie, that was them. Involving intrigue, horror, defeat, survival, and final victory over the hooded inquisitors of the Holy Terror, all right? The Holy Roman Empire. It concludes with their last hurrah, their search for the legendary lost gold mine of Columbus, all right? You hear that? After achieving a Jewish rights in Europe and the New World, 3 Dutch Jews, accompanied by their sons, went into the mountains of Jamaica to find Columbus' mine. They reported that their search was not successful, but I found their map and have reason to believe it was. All right, make sure to catch the whole video. That was just a little bit. That's a great book. We went over some more information, other sources as well. You can understand who the Dutch were, who the Portuguese were, who the Sephardic Jews were, who the Moors were, who the real captains, who the pirates were, who really had the trade network on lockdown, who really was producing sugar, why they were raiding ships, why they were warring with each other. It gets very deep. And again, a lot of these people, castaways, were left behind. Shipwrecks happened and they were blending in with the indigenous population. So we continue in Access Genealogy, a free genealogy website. Castaway deserters.
Baby, I'm a slave to my life, these ups and downs while you taxing me. I'm a slave to your rights, the left's inside while you taxing me. For 400 years you chose all my fears, gave me little choice, you let but your voice. Now the tables are turned and the lessons been learned, so just let it go. Can't take it no more, 'cause you got the key, so let things be. Set me free, set me free. Said you got the key, so set me free. Set me free. The slave of my life, these ups and downs while you're taxing me. Yeah. Oh. I'm a slave to my life, on these ups and downs while you're taxing me. For 400 years, you ignored all my tears. Says that was not a man that you could understand. And now that it's done, and what you're going to be, you got nothing to sell, and no one to tell. You got the key, so set me free, set me free, set me free. Said you got the key, so set me free, set me free. A slave of my life, with ups and downs, while you're taxing me, while you're taxing me. I'm a slave to my life, those ups and downs, while you're taxing me. Set me free. Set me free. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits. Keep your head up high, there's no limits to the sky. Keep on dreaming, gotta stay on the grind and keep on achieving. When time gets low, just pick up and go. Just keep on moving, gotta stay focused, keep doing what you're doing. I'll be one of the greatest, from the bottom to the top, I'll make it. I'ma keep on rolling, got my future in my pocket, it's my future that I'm holding. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits. I'm a survivor, I never give up, yeah, I'm a true rider. Keep on dreaming, gotta stay on the grind and keep on achieving. You gotta be ready, chop the hater down like a machete. Just keep on moving, gotta stay focused, keep doing what you're doing. I'll be one of the greatest, from the bottom to the top, I know I'll make it. I'ma keep on rolling, got my future in my pocket, it's my future that I'm holding. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits. The sky is my beginning, with no limits, with no limits, no limits.
Back over here and go back. We only have like 30 more minutes. If you guys can hang in there for 30 more minutes, that's all we got left on this first video here. Let me see where we're at. The truth about the Moors and Sephardic. The truth. Okay. Yeah, let's get back to our story. We only have about 30 minutes left, like I said.
We're going to talk about Sir Francis Drake at the first Roanoke colony, 1586. Let's see what it says here. It says, after burning St. Augustine, the fleet of Sir Francis Drake sailed north to check on the health of the Roanoke colony. They burned St. Augustine for. Why'd they do that? Because it was in the control of Catholics. The Catholics, their enemies. Who's Sir Francis Drake? We're about to see. In his ships, he carried approximately 386 African slaves and former Turkish prisoners of war captured at St. Augustine. All right, that's the hijack with the whole African slaves. Axis genealogy, that's the hijack, right? We're way past that now. Some scholars have interpreted his archives to indicate that Drake set free on a South Atlantic beach some or all of the men that he carried away from St. Augustine, because he did not have enough food reserves to feed them and resupply the Roanoke colony. Do you hear that? He let all of them go. The so-called African slaves. These are all people of color, right? Black Europeans and Indians, not Africans. If the story is true, these freed captives may have been able to survive within the interior of the Southeast. However, there is other evidence that suggests that no freed captives were released at Roanoke Island. Some may have been released elsewhere, but Drake's memoirs are vague on this subject. All right, so real quick, since we're getting into Francis Drake, I invite you to go watch part 3 of Sephardic crypto Moriscos in British colonial America. It says here, Raleigh, Drake, W.D. Fard, Hawkins, more. In this part of the video, they're talking about Walter Raleigh, break down how he is a crypto Jew and how he is a cousin also to Drake, Francis Drake. Yeah, they're cousins. These families were not only heavily intermarried, generation to generation, but also multiply implicated in settling colonial America. The Champernowns, the Raleighs, Gilberts, Drakes, and Carus were ardent Protestants. Who's the Protestants, right? Cryptos, right? By the late 1500s. But before that, they were, we suggest, in varying degrees, crypto Jews. They were people of Jewish heritage, mutually recognized, who had begun to dissemble their roots and religion since the forced conversion of English Jews under Edward I in 1290. They were actually Sephardic Jews. All right, and this is a more real depiction of Francis Drake. Shout out to Troy Johnson who painted this and sent this to us so we can have it and we can break some spells. That's a true depiction of Francis Drake, Sephardic Jew. In this part of the video, talking about Francis Drake, he was born around 1540, kinsman of the Hawkins family, and again the Raleigh family. They're all Sephardic Jews. Drake's resentment of Spain became a passion. They meant the Catholics. He learned sailing, as did most of his compatriots, from Sephardic and Morisco navigators, like Martin Cortez and Pedro de Medina. Continues, says, in May 1572, Drake set sail for Plymouth in a ship named the Swan and the Pasha. Arriving in Panama, he formed an alliance with a group of French Huguenots, privateers. All right, those are his boys, Moors, Huguenot, privateers, other pirates just like him. These, we can surmise, included many crypto Jews if a study of the antecedents of Huguenots among refugees of the Spanish Inquisition can be believed. All right, they succeeded in capturing a Spanish treasure, right? A Catholic treasure caravan totaling 300 tons of silver. Drake returned to England not only stupendly as a wealthy man, but also a national hero, catapulted to the highest fame. Okay, so again, they were in this personal war with the Catholics, talking about the Moors and the Jews, the people of color against other people of color. It's not about black and white. It's not about the English versus the Spanish. It's a lot deeper than that. All right, now I want to bring you to this other video that I have. It's called Virginia's Not So English Colony. Yeah, these weren't English how they want us to think English. A lot of them were coming from England, Scotland, and Ireland, but they weren't so-called English. Sephardic, Morris, Jamestown, and Roanoke. All right, because we're talking about Roanoke and Axis genealogy. Roanoke, huh? You're saying a lot of people got left behind there? Moors and Sephardic Jews? Genealogical history here. Make sure to catch the whole video. We're going to go over a little part here. In this part of the video, we're in the book, again, Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America, A Genealogical History by Elizabeth Hirschman and Donald Yates. We're in chapter 3 of this book. As you see, Virginia, first and not so English colony. And it's letting us know who the people of Roanoke really are. Down here it says the stock he proposes of these people as settlers of this new frontier were Englishmen and women who might be regarded as surplus to the needs of their own land. These surplus persons we will show are those recently driven to England by religious persecution in Iberia and France, conversos and Moriscos. That's your Roanoke colony right there, who were adamantly anti-Catholic and desperate enough to climb aboard a cramped, unsafe boat to settle in a faraway terra incognita, an unknown land inhabited by ravening beasts and treacherous natives. All right, they took the risk. They had no choice, these Moors and Sephardic Jews. You guys understand? A lot of the people who are funding this venture or this trip, he goes over it. As you guys can see, if you pause it and read it yourself, are crypto Jewish Sephardic Moorish names. They're helping their people escape the Inquisition that's still going on by the Catholics. Halleck's efforts to promote the planting of Virginia were assisted by his friend Martin Basnier, Sephardic surname, a Parisian printer. He also obtained permissions from cartographers Laudonnière. Remember Laudonnière, who that is? He was the one that built Fort Caroline. He was a Huguenot. Huguenot is a Moor. And Mendoza, Sephardic surname, to reprint portions of their navigational tracks on the New World. This type of international effort to direct surplus persons to a new homeland was quite unlikely to be undertaken except by organizers who had a personal interest in the matter. The monopolization of the British colonization efforts by a handful of interconnected, intermarried families in Cornwall and Devon, chapter 1, right, we went over it in this book, is best explained as a massive refugee relocation effort. They were trying to relocate their people, the refugees, the Iberians, Moors, and Sephardic Jews. Just as Zionists finally succeeded in establishing a state of Israel after the Holocaust, it seems probable that a similar plan underprinted attempt by British crypto Jews, Sephardic conversos, and Moriscos to establish a new Jerusalem on the Atlantic shores of North America. We're talking about Roanoke and Jamestown here, filled with refugees, Black Europeans. It says here the first voyage to Roanoke in 1584 had as captains Philip Amadas and Arthur Barlowe, both of whom, to judge by their surnames, were almost certainly Sephardic. As before, the ship stopped first at the Canary Islands, a land with a large converso Morisco population. That's where they stopped first. Upon reaching the North American mainland near Cape Fear, the ship's log discusses Captain Aubrey and Captain Bonneton's Sephardic surname, a trading family later active in Jamaica. The list of colonists left to settle at Roanoke is given in Appendix E. In the original spelling of the time, with a bit of decipherment, the pattern seems clear. Can names such as John Gostigo, Antoine Ruse, Thomas Parre, Joseph Borges, Spanish surname, and Bennett Baruch, Chapel, not to mention just Chappelle, right, like Huguenot, not to mention Dugan Ganis, our friend Joaquim Gans, be those of typical Britons? Obviously not, right? So then it goes on to talk about the second Roanoke colony. It says 2 years later, another colony was established at Roanoke. Its leader was a civilian named John White, an artist and adventurer known to speak Spanish, who evidently had Spanish connections. He was quite familiar with the coastal interior of the Spanish, who attempted in 1571 to establish a mission there. So right here, they're talking about the lost colony in Roanoke, right? We all know what happened in the stories. You know, they didn't really do good. It says here, the only trace left by the second colonist was the word Croatoan, carved in a tree. As before, they present a markedly un-English impression. The occupations of lawyer, professor, mathematician, and the like, as well as the Mediterranean foodstuffs they carried as provisions, do not appear anything like the norm for Northern European pioneers in the New World. All right, they're letting you know these are Sephardic Jews and Moors. The settlement date of 1587 was only 1 year before the well-announced Spanish invasion of England. These surplus persons who had hardly gotten their feet on the ground in England were willingly enlisted as a voyage to America provided the means to escape the feared arrival of the Inquisition. All right, that's deep. Why would they be fearing the Inquisition, the Catholics, these English people? If they were Christian, why would they be so afraid? Because they were Sephardic Jews and Moors. Their enemies were the Catholics. They were after them. The Inquisition was about them. The Roanoke people, you see, they were fleeing. That's why they desperately went and tried to colonize this part of America so they can survive. Numerous studies of the so-called lost colony of Roanoke have attempted to locate survivors among the mixed tribes of North Carolina, including the Occaneechi, the Lumbee, Tuscarora, the Cohaiti, and various Algonquin groups in the area. C.D. Bruinton, a distinguished native of Sampson Cove, wrote The 5 Civilized Indian Tribes of Eastern North Carolina, with historical facts about these Indians whose descendants are still here, and evidence of their intermarriage and life with the whites from Sir Walter Raleigh's lost colony, all right, so-called whites. Yet an equal number of books and articles have attempted to demonstrate that the Englishmen and women from Roanoke Colony could not have survived for long in the wilderness and so never managed to join together with local Indians, right? That was their guess, and that's what they told us in school, so we could just forget about it, so we wouldn't even look for these people, because the reality is that it was Sephardic Jews and Moors. They didn't want us to start looking into this. They claimed that Virginia Dare, probably a Jewish surname in origin, the first white, so-called white, remember white includes Moors, child born in English America, and John White's granddaughter probably died of starvation, probably in the woods, or fell with an Indian tomahawk in her skull. There are significant genealogical indications of the lost colonies blending with the Indians. All right, and then they go over these names right here. It says more, and all these names you guys can see here: Ephraim, Maynard, Emmanuel, Jacobs, cod, pluis, green, chloe flowers. Continuing on the next page, Davis, Jones, Boone, Bell, Cullop, Grice, Freeman, Green, Sweet, Hess, Carvers, Chavis. So that many of these names are either Melungeon or Sephardic Jewish or both. A common name in Lumbee tribe that probably derives from a medieval Jewish name is Brave Boy. A 1292 census of Paris lists numerous wealthy Jews from Brabant, a Flemish city with ties to the cloth, weaving in the woolen industry of Lombardy. The Brabant Brebois, Bradby, a family that supplied multiple chiefs to the Pamunkey Indians of Virginia, may be a corruption. Bradby, Brabant. These are Sephardic Jewish names, a lot of them, and they were mixing with the American Indians, and that's okay. All right, so I just wanted to go ahead and go over that since we were talking about Roanoke and Axis genealogy. Make sure to get the whole video. You know, it's 2 hours and 40 minutes long. Make sure to get all the information. Very good video. Again, shout out to Troy Johnson. So back in Axis genealogy, they talk about the second Roanoke colony. We didn't read that yet. Just going to go ahead and read that. It says in 1587, 112 men, women, and child were left stranded on Roanoke Island, North Carolina, with no scouts, no experienced hunters or fishermen, no hope of feeding themselves on the infertile soil and surrounded by hostile natives. So why would they do that? Why would they not bring anybody who can hunt or fish? Because they didn't have time. They just brought whoever they can bring. They weren't planning on bringing experts to colonize. They were fleeing. Now we understand, right? It would be 3 years before Governor John White would be able to return briefly to check on their well-being. They were gone. They had disassembled their houses before leaving. There were no skeletons or signs of violence. It is one of America's favorite historical legends, all right? So anything people say is conjecture. And when you think logically, and you know the Indians, a lot of them are friendly. If they conducted themselves in peace with the indigenous population and knowing that some of these tribes are friendly, they would have asked for help and they might have helped them survive. All right, continuing an Axis genealogy website. They have a part right here that says English colonists from Virginia. All right, English. Remember, we just read not so English. A lot of those so-called English were actually Sephardic Jews and Moors. So there are several published 17th century books reported that a party of English colonists in 1621 had originally planned to settle in Virginia, but arrived on the coast just as the massacres of the Powhatan Rebellion were occurring. The colonists headed south, but were persuaded by either the ship's captain or someone on board the ship to seek refuge in the Appalachian Mountains, all right? The reason they did that is because we're going to read the Appalachian king was very friendly for some reason with the Sephardic Jews and the Moors, people that were fleeing the Catholics. So somebody on board knew that. He said, let's go to the Appalachian Mountains. The king of the Appalachian let them stay in Nakochi Valley. The colonists found the place so agreeable that they asked to settle there permanently. As will be discussed in part 6, several French Huguenot eyewitnesses encountered the descendants of the English colonists in the late 1600s and worshipped with them in Protestant chapels. So you understand that the king even let them stay there and practice their religion and build churches and everything. We're about to read that, okay? Before we read that, just to corroborate again, as it says here, Sephardic Jews, the first European colonists of the southern highlands, Helen, Salty, and the Nakochi Valley. And we'll go to this part. It says Portuguese converses flee to the New World. The evidence of European occupation of the southern highlands prior to the arrival of the Cherokees. Who's the Cherokees? We're going to break that down, right? You guys already know that's a confederation of a lot of different people. That word didn't exist here before Europeans arrived. So before the Cherokee arrived in this area, there's a whole history there too. So the European occupation of the southern highlands prior to the arrival of the Cherokees is substantial, but has never been researched by professional archaeologists. No professional effort has been made to locate the Dukes Creek Spanish village site. Almost all the evidence suggests that the Spanish colonists in the southern highlands were Jewish. Some vague North Carolina cultural memories recall Portuguese miners living in the mountains. These were, in fact, Sephardic Jews who escaped Iberia via Portugal. They told strangers that they were Portuguese so as to conceal their Jewish heritage, all right? We read that earlier with the Melungeons. All right, I want to read this part here regarding Sequoia, all right? One of the many mysteries about Sequoyah is his skills as a silversmith. From age 10 to 15, he lived with his mother on the Little Tennessee River. He then joined the Chickamauga guerrillas, with whom he fought continuously until 1793, when most of their army was killed at the Battle of Etowah Cliffs in what is now downtown Rome, Georgia. All right, the Chickamauga were at constant war. Sequoyah took refuge in the Natchez Cherokee village of Pine Log. He immediately started making a handsome living as a skilled silversmith. In his spare time, he developed his famous syllabary. The syllabary that Sequoyah created incorporated letters identical to those of medieval Georgian script. Really? So his letters were very identical to. They're talking about Georgia, the country, right? In medieval times, but he's in Georgia already in America. So how do we know this is not the original Georgia? And he's just writing what his ancient ancestors wrote too. But that's an interesting thing, right? Which was based on the Jewish Aramaic script. Jewish Aramaic script, that's what the medieval Georgia script is based off. Elias Bodinat, editor of the Cherokee Phoenix newspaper, changed Sequoyah's original design so that they would resemble Roman-style lettering. So he switched it up so people wouldn't put two and two together. How did Sequoyah learn how to create fine silverware? How could he have possibly known medieval Aramaic and Georgian script? The possible answers point towards his father actually being a Sephardic silversmith. We know his mom was an American Indian. Who was his dad? Who was Sequoyah's dad? His dad was a Sephardic silversmith. The word Sequoyah was originally his mother's name and has no meaning in Cherokee, but in his Creek language form meant war captive in the 1700s. There is currently no knowledge of exactly what happened to the conversos of the Southern Highlands. There is a hybrid population in the mountains of Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky who call themselves the Melungeons. Many have found to carry Mediterranean DNA along with DNA of Northern Europeans and Native Americans. However, it is not likely that the Sephardic gold miners of the Nicoshi Valley traveled northward through Cherokee territory to escape the Cherokees. Those that survived Cherokee attacks may have moved to French Louisiana, which had no Inquisition. All right, so now they're going to show the writing. So this is the one they try to make into look like European writing, cursive, right? And this is Sequoyah's original writing. You guys see? It looks very Aramaic. Many of the letters in Sequoyah's original syllabary are identical to those of Aramaic and medieval Georgian. Right now we're going to read the book, The History of the Caribbean Islands. All right, and it's a long title. This was written originally by Charles Rochefort and translated into English, right? This is from 1666, all right? Very old book, primary source. Around page 240 of this book is talking about when they say the Appalachians met God, or actually were introduced to Christianity. And it was by the French Huguenot Ribald. They tell you right here, he brought it and he left the seed there. As it says here in 242, these happy beginnings and first fruits of the gospel of our Savior of Jesus, right, Dutch to hijack, were afterwards augmented and advanced by the cares of Monsieur the Admiral de Coligny, who gave a commission to one de Laudonnière. Remember Laudonnière? He was the one that established Fort Caroline. He was French Huguenot. All right, this is a Moor. To carry over thither a considerable supply of soldiers and all sorts of tradesmen, which arrived in the year 1564. But their last adventurers had hardly taken the air in the country after their arrival thither, the Spaniard, who imagines that all America belongs to him, and who have ever been jealous of the French nation, made his advancement of the disorders which were then in that country. All right, so basically what they're saying is he invited, the French Huguenots, Laudonnière. Remember, he built Fort Caroline and other forts. But as soon as they were established there, he's saying the Spanish came and went after the French nation, but it's actually Catholics versus, the Protestants, so the Huguenots. So they go on to say that they sent Peter Melendez, we already got the story, right? With 6 great ships full of men and ammunition, who fell upon it on the 19th of September. It says here, continuing down, says Captain Ribald fell in the massacre. But De La Donnière, remember, he escaped, made it swift to escape through the fence to the ships newly come from France, which by good fortune were still in the road. Some others of the inhabitants who upon the first arrival of the Spaniards had foreseen the danger likely to fall upon them got in time into the woods. I letting you know that a lot of these Huguenots had already bounced. They had gone into the woods. All right, they survived. They mixed with the Indians, and in the night time came to the village of their good friend Saturiova. All right, they went to their Timucuan chieftain friend, who hating the Spaniard gave them protection and supplied them with provisions for a companion subsistence till the year, and you guys can break down the year, when Captain de Gorgis, all right, now we're talking about Captain de Gorgis, we just read about him, right? And what he did, he got his revenge, right? Coming to Florida with 3 stout ships full of resolute men and all sorts of ammunition. Remember, he was coming. He had a plan, severely punished the cruelty of the Spaniards, and being assisted by the Saturova, right, with the help of the Indians, right? This Huguenot, with the help of the Indians, took over the Catholics, and all his neighbors and allies. He revenged the public injuries of the French, put into the sword all the Spaniards he met with, not only in the fort of Carolina, which they had repaired and fortified after their usurpation of it, but also those he found in 2 other forts which they had built along the coast, which he burned and demolished, as may be seen in the 12th chapter of the 4th book of the description of the West Indies, written by John de la Ede. The memorials which Captain de Gorgis caused to be printed, giving an account of his expedition into Florida, tell us of a certain Frenchman named Peter Dubry, who, having made his escape to King Saturovia to avoid the cruelty of the Spaniards, related to him that there escaped of that massacre but 10 men, of which number he was one, that they all met with a safe retreat in the territories of the said prince, who lived not far from their desolated colony, that 3 of the escaped persons did there some months after that defeat, that of the 7 remaining there were 6 were so charmed with the advantageous relation with the subjects of Saturovia made to them daily of the treasures of King Maida, of the powerfulness of another whose name was Olaka, who commanded 40 princes, and of the generosity and prudent conduct of the king of the Appalachia, who governed many fair and large provinces seated at the foot of the mountains, and reaching into several delightful vales which they encompassed, that they importuned Saturovia, who had entertained them so kindly that he would be pleased to allow them guides to conduct them to the frontiers of the kingdom of the last name, of whom they had heard so many miracles, and had particularly this recommendation, that he was a lover of strangers, and that his subjects were the most civilly governed of all the septentrional part of America. Thus Saturovia, willing to add that favor to all those they had received from him before, gave them a good convoy, consisting of the most valiant of his subjects, to conduct them with all safety to all his allies to the dominions of the king of Appalachia, if they were desirous to visit him. All right, so it goes on. I just wanted you guys to see that, yeah, Moors and Sephardic Jews were being treated good a lot of the time by many indigenous tribes, in this case, the Timucuan chiefdoms and the Appalachites people. The king of the Appalachia was very well known to be very friendly with anybody going against the Catholics. So that was Moors and Sephardic Jews. Now, continuing in page 245, we're going to get to the part where an Axis genealogy was telling us that there were some English families that made their way into the Appalachian Mountains. So after the French Huguenots were in this area, spreading the Christianity, right, their Protestantism, these English families, the ones that they were talking about in Axis genealogy, actually came again with the whole Christian thing. It says these families came out of Virginia in the year, and it says MDC XX1, that's 1621. I was able to verify that one, as you guys can see, with an intention to go to New England to avoid the frequent incursions and massacres committed there by the savages. But the wind proving contrary to their design, they were cast on the coast of Florida. When they passed into the province of Matica, and thence into those of Amana and Bemaring, in the last they settled themselves, and have drawn thither a considerable number of ecclesiastics and persons of quality, who have there laid the foundations of a small colony. Most of those who are retired into those places so remote from all commerce in the world undertook that generous design in the midst of the great revolutions which happened in England during the late Troubles, and the main business they proposed to themselves at that time was only to make their advantage of so seasonable a retreat that they might the more seriously and with less distractions mind the attainment of their own salvation and dilate the limits of Christianity among those poor people if God gave them the means. All right. If you guys didn't understand that, these English families, as they was telling us in Access Genealogy, how the king of Appalachia allowed them to practice their Protestantism, and they even met French Huguenots who started practicing with them. That's what they're saying. They met a lot of ecclesiastics or people like them, right? These were the French Huguenots who had already been there. A lot of the survivors of Fort Caroline and a lot of the French people, again, that survived Fort Caroline, the attack of the Catholics, ended up with the king of Appalachia. They were already there. They were so happy to meet these English families, and then they started creating their churches and stuff and congregations and spreading the Christianity. Yeah, these are black folks doing that to American Indians. We understand also by the last papers that have been sent us from America that God blessing the endeavors of the first inhabitants of this small colony. They have within 12 or 13 years baptized most of the officers and the most considerable heads of families in the provinces of Bermarin and Amana. All right, look what they're doing. They're evangelizing all the Indians. These are Moors and Sephardic Jews. That at the present they have bishop and many learned a zealous ecclesiastic among them, who carry on the work of the Lord, and the more to advance it, they have built colleges in all those places, colleges where there are churches, that the children of the Appalachites may be introduced in the mysteries of Christian religion and true piety. All right, you see what happened? They let them settle in there, and then they started spreading the Christianity, and the Indians went for it. American Indians, right? So it wasn't always by force. It wasn't always by force. We're actually going to get into this book a lot more now that I found it. It contains a lot of great info, first-hand accounts. I love reading these old books because it's primary sources. You can see what they were saying. But I'm going to end it right there. Going back to Access Genealogy, free genealogy website, I just want to show you guys and let you know that, we kind of read everything in this article: castaways, deserters, refugees, and pirates, all the different topics here in all this video. Hope you guys enjoyed the breakdown and the corroboration and showing you that this is not pseudo, this is actually history. The Moors, Sephardic Jews were the first colonists, and they were here before the so-called English were also their people. But this was already happening in the 1500s, and many of them assimilated, amalgamated with the indigenous population of America. I wanted you guys to make sure to remember that. It does exist in a lot of people's genealogy, and just embrace every part of your lineage, every line. It's very deep. There's a deep history behind every person on your tree, except what happened, the good, the bad, the ugly. It's not about pointing fingers, because truth is never one-sided. The past is the past. It's all about knowing thyself truly. Again, these people did mix in with American Indians. And we shouldn't have to sugarcoat that at all or feel any way about it, It's just history. Hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. Shout out to the real ones out there. Hope you guys enjoyed this longer video. Much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Hawa.
So there we have it, right there. We completely understand now that perhaps not all people of color are actually Native American. I appreciate you too, Linda. So now, anybody want to have anything to say about what we've learned these 2 days? Those of you that have been here the whole time with me, I appreciate y'all, love you to death. But now it's the time to whatever crossed your mind that you think you have a new understanding of. Let's share that. Let's share that right now. I don't want to just run from this because I've watched this video all the way through already to make sure that I at least understood what it was going to be about, so that I can make commentary as we go along with what gets shared here. See, because in fair use, you can't just, well, I could, but in fair use, it's got to have a purpose to it. News reporting, teaching, and education. So now I'm asking you guys that have stayed here with me, do you see what we're looking at? Do you see what we're looking at? Because what we're looking at is over here to the right. We got Indians and Moors, and then we got Moriscos, which are also Moors, and soldiers. A lot of these people were soldiers. They had been captives or worked with the French in military situations, but many of them were citizens of Southern Europe that were Moors. And as we all know, the Moors occupied all of Southern Europe for over 700 years, way before Hannibal supposedly came over the Alps with his elephants and conquered Italy. We haven't seen any mention of that in our true texts. So I don't really want to start talking about things that we haven't seen here, that, because as you can see, the books bring the proof. The books bring the proof, meaning that the receipts are there. If somebody said something, it's been cross-referenced by, Wikipedia or whoever. It had to be to make sure we were looking at the truth. So now we understand that a large percentage of people on our eastern seaboard were not Native American. That could create a big conflict in today's society. Okay? Because we already know there's no such thing as Africans brought over here as slaves by the white people. We know that to not be true. But now what we have to look at as being the real truths is Morisco Moors, Sephardic Jews, Protestant so-called, and various other European people escaping the Holy Roman Catholic Church from Spain in its Inquisition. And Inquisition basically means the attempt to wipe out any other religion. Somebody look up the definition for me for Inquisition so that we know I'm speaking exactly the truth in the matter of Inquisition. Because if I do it, then y'all might hear that dead space going on around here. Mm-hmm. Now, Michael is saying that he's been inspired by this series of information to write his next book about his experience here. Thanks again to Papa Will and you too, Linda, and I appreciate you too. But I want to make sure that we get a solid understanding of where this places us. Where, not only are we later on you'll find out that we have, like Linda says, one of her parents is Filipino, which had also been conquered by the Spaniards. That's why their language is part Spanish, part native. Part Spanish, part native. You want to survive when you've been conquered, you better fit in, or else they will run you up the flagpole. Just ask Jesus Christ what happened with him when the Jews, I'm just kidding y'all, because actually the whole First Amendment was written by somebody that we can look up called the Piso family. Anybody want to look up in Wikipedia or Google search PISO, and it'll automatically take you to the Piso family, and it'll say the creators of the New Testament. That's why I have to stop myself. I don't want to be caught saying stuff around here that ain't true while I'm trying to talk about what is true. So anyway, what this whole book, this whole reading that we did right here, what it was designed to do is to properly position the settlers that came over here through British ships pretending to be Christians and then got over here and started living their Protestant life, which was Sephardic Jew or Morisco Moor, setting up businesses, banks, exchange systems, doing trade with Great Britain, and kind of pushed the Native American back off the edge of controlling the United States. And suddenly we have all these new people that are in here, working their way into owning land and wiping out Native Americans themselves, because the Europeans, man, they were some pretty ruthless ass people, man. They'd come to your house, knock your door down, take you, your children outside to watch them burn your father at the stake just before they put you children enslaved while they go and rape your mother. That was the Holy Roman Catholic Church, a bunch of barbarians. They weren't civilized people. They were a bunch of barbarians to have done all this atrocity to everybody they could possibly get their hands on to wipe out their truths and leave them with these lies. Okay. So if nobody want to say anything about what we just went through, then I'm going to go right on into the true story that we're here for, the trilogy today. Now what we're gonna do next is we're gonna step up here and actually find out what caused the Revolutionary War. And I think I got these in the right order. So let me get it set up. Everybody get your popcorn and your soft drink or your hard liquor, whichever one you prefer, because boy, we're gonna go in deep now. Now, this is the true story of what actually happened with the Boston Tea Party. You can share this with your children and your grandchildren about what we're about to go into now, okay?
All eyes on me. And you looking at me? Yeah. All eyes on me. All eyes on me.
Oh, wow. What do you know about the Boston Tea Party? Well, when I ask most people what they know about the Boston Tea Party, they kind of like give me what is written right here in the History Channel, on their history.com website. Let's go over it, right? What do they tell us in school, right? And what's up with all these Indians right here? Was it really Indians? It says here the Boston Tea Party was a political protest that occurred on December 16th, 1773, at Griffin's Wharf in Boston, Massachusetts. American colonists frustrated and angry at Britain for imposing taxation without representation on 342 chests of tea imported by the British East India Company. If you guys recollect on my past presentations regarding the Sephardic Jews and the Moorish crypto merchants that were controlling, a lot of them were the heads of the British East India Company and West India Company, these so-called Dutch. That's who they're referring to right here. But they dumped their tea into the harbor. Who did that? Some random, normal colonist? The event was the first major act of defiance to British rule over the colonists. It showed Great Britain that Americans wouldn't take taxation and tyranny sitting down, and rallied American patriots across the 13 colonies to fight for independence. All right. So it was just some common patriots who were just fighting for their rights. Now, we all know what they told us in school, but let's get into the origin of this Boston Tea Party. Who were the people that did it? Why? And what was the history before that? This is the Loyal Nine, part of the Boston Brahmin series, book 1 by Bobby Acard. Go to this part of the book. It says here, the Loyal Nine. A lot of you probably never heard of the Loyal Nine. We're going to learn about who these people were and the important influence it had on the history of the American colonies and the American Revolution. Boston, Massachusetts became the epicenter of the colonists' opposition to British rule. In 1765, a group of Bostonians formed a social club, in parentheses, right, a fraternal order, like a secret society, attempting to avoid the scrutiny a political organization might provoke. Their purpose, however, was more than social. This group of 9 Bostonians, formed and operating in secrecy, plotted a response to the Stamp Act. All right, that's what we just heard about the Boston Tea Party, right? They were protesting the Stamp Act. They called themselves the Loyal Nine. Although they were respectable merchants, again, who's the merchants, and tradesmen, they were not necessarily the most prominent Bostonians. They were private and unassuming, avoided undue publicity, and were diligent in their secretiveness. The names of the Loyal Nine aren't prominent in American history books, but these 9 men sowed the seeds of the American Revolution. They were average, hardworking Americans fighting against tyrannical rule. All right, we're going to see what was their real purpose, you know. Everybody has a purpose, right? Everything sounds like a nice story until you find out these people were Freemasons. And there's a deeper history underneath all these wars. Very little is known about the Loyal Nine, as they operated in complete secrecy. Since they were a close-knit group made up of 9 men, the organization functioned informally and left very little in terms of paper trail. The membership of the Loyal Nine consisted of Club Secretary John Avery, a distiller by trade; Henry Bass, a cousin of Samuel Adams. He's a cousin of Samuel Adams again. We're going to see who he is. We know about his history, right? A lot of people do. Thomas Chase, a distiller; Stephen Cleverly, a brazier; Thomas Crafts, a painter; Benjamin Eades, a printer of the Boston Gazette. Printer of the Boston Gazette, all right? They controlled the newspaper. Joseph Field, a ship captain; John Smith, a brazier; and George Trott, a jeweler. All 9 men would go on to become active members of the Sons of Liberty, and 4 of the 9 men are documented to have participated in the Boston Tea Party. All right, so it wasn't some random people. So I just brought up the Sons of Liberty. All right, we're going to get into the Sons of Liberty. I know a lot of you already heard of the Sons of Liberty, but these are the forerunners to the Sons of Liberty. For 10 years following the formation of the Loyal Nine, tensions between the British government and the colonists grew. As pressures built in America, chapters of the Sons of Liberty were formed all over the 13 colonies, especially throughout New England, Virginia, and the Carolinas. As the independence movement grew, so did the colonists desire to adopt some form of heraldry. Heraldry was used throughout history as a means to express a group's pride and loyalty. In 1767, the Loyal Nine adopted a 5 red and 4 white vertical striped flag as the group's formal standard. It became known as the rebellious flag, and the 9 stripes paid tribute to the Loyal Nine. All right, you guys hear that? The origin of this flag?
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and center. It's just something that you can't get.
With the rebellious flag and the groundswell of support for independence came the Sons of Liberty. On the constitutionfacts.com website, says here, Voices of the Revolution, Sons of Liberty. Says here, when Britain imposed intolerable acts throughout the 1750s and 60s, a great number of men became extremely angry and began to act violently against British loyalists in the colonies. Mobs sprung up all over the colonies, raining terror on those who remained faithful to the crown. And this is like an example of something that was going around that time. It says the true-born Sons of Liberty are desired to meet under Liberty Tree at 12 o'clock this day to hear the public resignation under oath of Andrew Oliver, Esquire, distributor of stamps for the province of the Massachusetts Bay. A resignation? Yes. One of these groupings would be a secret Boston association known as the Loyal Nine, composed of elite gentlemen. All right, so they were elite, they had money, they were merchants and tradesmen, printers. All right, they were important, even though they said they weren't that important in the last book. Mainly lawmen and artisans who met discreetly to organize ways to begin to effectively oppose the actions of the crown. The Loyal Nine were responsible for putting boundaries on the rampant violence of Boston and set limits on how far the demonstration should progress. They actively stood against the British policies they found to be immoral and unlawful, and had their hands in projects such as the Boston Tea Party. The original members were Henry Bass, Joseph Field, John Smith, Thomas Chase, John Avery, Stephen Cleverly, Benjamin Ades, George Trott, and Thomas Crafts, but Samuel Adams would eventually become involved in the group, adopting a role as one of its leading members. John Adams, aware of his second cousin's role in the group, did not exactly approve of the methods used and kept his distance from the organization. As time progressed and frustration with the crown began to heat up in the colonies, the Loyal Nine merged into a more famous organization known as the Sons of Liberty. All right, I'm going to list out these members. Says the members of this group were Samuel Adams. Real quick, let's not forget. All right, we've gone over this information before. This is the book Jews and Muslims in British Colonial America. It says here in a part of the book, omitting the obvious Hebrew and European Jewish surnames in Stern, some of the surprising entries into the annals of colonial America Jewry include Adams, right? Adams, so Adams is in there. In another part of the book, it says, in Appendix F are listed the given and last names of the original Massachusetts-based settlers. The list contains a vivid cross-section of Sephardic and Moorish nomenclature. Abel is Hebrew, as are Adams and Agar. Alger is Moorish for Algeria. Now, it's also going to mention that Paul Revere is part of that group. We already know that Paul Revere, as it says here, LeBarry knows that it was the Huguenots who brought the Jewish Moorish craft of silver work into Massachusetts in 1686. Among the best known were Jeremiah Dumas, John Coney, and Paul Revere. Further down it says, even the man with whom Paul Revere wrote to warn the British arrival for war in 1775 bore a Sephardic surname, Dawes, as already pointed out, a derivative of David. The names of some physicians practicing in Boston in 1760 to 1775 are also informative, all right, and it lists Samuel Adams. In another part of the book, it says Adams, with two D's, or Adams, is a Hebrew surname quite plainly, okay? Adam, right? First man. It has become naturalized as English Christian because two American presidents' cousins bear the name. Yet, it would be more historically sensible to consider that Adams' presidents were likely of Jewish descent than to assume, as has generally been done, that the Adams surname is Christian. In the case of this specific Quaker family in Pennsylvania, the use of Talmudic rabbinic names such as Ephraim would seem to be further evidence of crypto-Jewish practice. All right, it was the Quakers. So you guys get the point regarding Adams. So again, members of the Sons of Liberty were Samuel Adams, Joseph Warren, Paul Revere, okay, Huguenot. We've already proved it. Check out the previous presentations. And it says here, Benedict Arnold. Oh, okay. Benedict Arnold, huh? So real quick, we're going to go to a video I uploaded back in March of this year. It's called Historic Black Americans Thought to Be White, Invasion of the Body Snatchers, Whitewash History, all right? This is the cover. So let's see what Benedict Arnold really looked like. Again, one of the Sons of Liberty. This book right here says Benedict Arnold, A Traitor in Our Midst by Barry Wilson. It says here, in those early New Haven days, according to one biographer, Arnold had a strong physical appearance with a distinctive nose, a high forehead, suggesting intelligence, a prominent chin and great piercing eyes. Elsewhere, he has been as short, swarthy, and hard muscled. According to the Encyclopedia of the American Revolution, he was 5'9", so he's not that short, tall, with gray eyes, set of black hair, and a swarthy complexion. Who was saying that? The Encyclopedia of American Revolution, saying that he has a swarthy complexion. Benedict Arnold, 1740, senior officer of the British Army who commanded the American Legion and later part of the Revolutionary War. He is best known for his defection from the Continental Army to the British side of the conflict in 1780. So a traitor, right? We'll call him a traitor. These were spies, really. They were swarthy spies. In Encyclopedia of American Revolution, they describe him as swarthy. Does this look like a swarthy person to you?
Nah.
Nah, this is not swarthy.
He got rosy cheeks.
They're trying to make swarthy into a whole different thing here. Another body snatcher, ladies and gentlemen. And then this is The Legends of the American Revolution, 1776, or Washington and his, and then it says George Lippert. This is an older book, a more primary source. All right, what is it saying about Benedict Arnold? It says that they tell me that his features, swarthy and battle-worn, lost every trace of vivacity. They were rigidly fixed, the lips compressed, the bow calm and unfrown, and wore an expression that no one could read, while his eyes had a wildness in their gleam, a fire in their glance, and told somewhat of the supernatural struggle of work within him, the battle between Arnold's revenge and Arnold's pride. All right, Arnold, the swarthy guy. This is from Claremont Review of Books. The regulars are coming. It says Rick Atkinson's Revolutionary War trilogy looks fair to become the standard account of the war that brought the American Republic into being by Andrew Roberts. All right. It says similarly, Atkinson depicts Benedict Arnold as a muscular and graceful with black hair, a swarthy complexion, and that long beaky nose. He was adept at fencing, boxing, sailing, shooting, riding, and ice skating, and was a fine captain as America would produce that century, a man born to lead other men in dark of night. All right. So you guys get the idea. Yeah, so Benedict Arnold, again, one of the Sons of Liberty members, along with Paul Revere and Samuel Adams. These all could be possibly people of color. Don't assume these are all white people. As you guys can see, Benedict Arnold is being described as a swarthy fellow, so-called black. Now make sure to get all this video. It's a great video. I have a lot of references of different people in colonial history that we thought were so-called white, but they're being described with a dark complexion. And the way they're being described does not look like any of the paintings of them at all. But going back again, they were telling us Samuel Adams, John Warren, Paul Revere, Benedict Arnold, Benjamin Eades, John Hancock, who signed the Declaration of Independence, John Hancock, right? Patrick Henry, John Lamb, William McKay, Alexander McDougall, James Otis, Benjamin Rush, Isaac Sears, Chaim Solomon, James Swan, Charles Thompson, Thomas Young, Marinos Willett, and Oliver Wolcott. All right, do your independent research on all these individuals. You'll see, you'll pull up a lot of stuff. You might find Freemasons, you might find swarthy fellows, you might find Sephardic Moorish people. So again, in the BostonTeaPartyShip.com website, we got the Loyal Nine of Boston, the predecessors of the Sons of Liberty. You guys understand now? A well-organized patriot political organization shrouded in secrecy, all right? They were a Masonic order. Was formed in 1765 by 9 like-minded citizens of Boston to protest the passing of the Stamp Act. The Loyal Nine evolved into a larger group of Sons of Liberty and were arguably influential in that organization. Very little is known about the Loyal Nine, as they operated in complete secrecy. Since they were a close-knit group made up of 9 men, the organization functioned informally and left very little paper trail. All right, so now I want to read this article to you. It's called From the Lower Sword to the Lower Orders, Labor and Self-Identity in Boston, 1737 to 1837, by Christopher Sawula, BA in Boston College and a Master's at Emory University. An abstract of a dissertation submitted to the faculty of the James T. Laney School of Graduate Studies of Emory University in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in History, 2014. Page 114. Earlier in the summer, a group known as the Loyal Nine, a political and social club that consisted of middling merchants, printers, and artisans, had decided that Boston needed to resist the Stamp Act, with more than petitions and complaints to the Massachusetts Assembly. Although they had been largely successful in turning popular opinion against the Stamp Act through a propaganda campaign largely orchestrated by Benjamin Eades, one of the Loyal Nine and co-printer of the Boston Gazette, they did not possess the skills, connections, or respect necessary to coordinate and execute a crowd action on their own. Consequently, the Loyal Nine approached shipwright Henry Swift and shoemaker Ebenezer McIntosh, both disaffected members of the town's laboring community. The Loyal Nine propositioned the two men after they had grown in infamy as leaders of the Pope's Day gangs. All right, the Pope's Day gangs. We're going to learn about what's that mean, and obtained their needed assistance in organizing a demonstration. The Loyal Nine recruited McIntosh and Swift to organize the August 14 protest based on their ability to organize the town's laborers and plan crowd actions. And selecting the respective leaders of the Pope's Day celebrations, the Loyal Nine sought an influence over the laboring community that they otherwise would have been unable to obtain. Based on the progression of the August 14 demonstrations, it seems very likely that Swift and McIntosh planned the entirety of the August 14 demonstrations as a modified version of the Pope's Day ritual. The effigies, the procession, and the bonfire atop Fort Hill almost exactly mirrored the sequence repeated on Pope's Day. Either the Loyal Nine had studied the Pope's Day celebrations and broken them down into constituent parts, or more plausibly, Swift and McIntosh organized the crowd action along the lines of Pope's Day to ensure that it would be accepted and carried out by the laboring community. You guys got to understand what this means. Pope's Day. So Pope's Day, or Pope's Night, as it says here, right? Also called Pope Day or Pope's Day, was an anti-Catholic holiday. Anti-Catholic. So it was Protestants, Sephardic Jews, Moors doing this, Protestants, Huguenots. It was celebrated annually on November 5th in the colonial United States. It evolved from the British Guy Fawkes Night, which commemorates the failure of the gunpowder plot of 1605. Pope Night was most popular in the seaport towns of New England, especially in Boston, where it was an occasion for drinking, rioting, and anti-elite protests by the working class. Gang violence became part of the tradition in the 1740s, with residents of different Boston neighborhoods battling for the honor of burning the Pope's effigy. Again, as we read in this article, the Loyal Nine were behind it all. This power dynamic suggests that rather than controlling the laboring community and dictating orders, the Loyal Nine could only request assistance from working leaders. Having practiced challenging the social hierarchy during Pope's Day, the laboring community agreed to employ their tradition of misrule for political protest. There you go. All right, so we're back on BostonTeaPartyShip.com. This here, Sons of Liberties, the masterminds of the Boston Tea Party. The Sons of Liberty, a well-organized patriot paramilitary political organization shrouded in secrecy, was established to undermine British rule in colonial America and was influential in organizing and carrying out the Boston Tea Party. The origin and founding of the Sons of Liberty is unclear, but history records the earliest known reference to the organization to 1765. In the thriving colonial port cities of Boston and New York. More than likely, the Boston and New York chapters of the Sons of Liberty were deliberately established at the same time and worked as an underground network in conjunction with each other. It is believed the Sons of Liberty was formed out of earlier smaller scale like-minded patriot organizations such as the Boston Caucus Club and the Loyal Nine, right? Membership was made up of males from all walks of colonial society, but was notorious in recruiting tavern mongers, wharf rats, and other seedy characters looking to cause trouble. Under the cover of darkness, the Boston chapter of the organization held their meeting under the Liberty Tree, and the New York chapter under the Liberty Pole. The Liberty Tree was located in Hanover Square, the most public part of Boston, and was a 120-year-old stately elm with branches that seemed to touch the skies, according to the Boston Gazette. Taverns with owners sympathetic to the Patriot cause were also the favorite meeting places of the Sons of Liberty. The Green Dragon Tavern in Boston was the tavern of choice for meeting of the Sons of Liberty, right? The Green Dragon. Despite very little documentary evidence as to the origins of the organization, Boston Patriot Samuel Adams is often credited as being the founder and leader of the Sons of Liberty. All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys, it's not just a couple of people in these societies, and they're not just recruiting people that want to start trouble. They, these are very important people. This is an actual alphabetical list of the Sons of Liberty who dined at Liberty Tree, Dorchester, August 14th, 1769. And you can see the first one is Samuel Adams, John Avery. And remember, John Avery was a Loyal Nine member. A lot of these are very prominent people in colonial times. They're not just some bar owners. All right, so it's a big list. A lot of people here, a lot of familiar last names. Here's a familiar name, Paul Revere. Paul Revere, right? Sons of Liberty. We got John Hancock right here. John Hancock, a member of the Sons of Liberty. Now, another name that I noticed is this fellow right here is Robert Hughes. Robert Hughes, or best known as George Robert Twelves Hughes. So Robert Hughes, that's him. George Hughes was one of the last survivors of the American Revolution. He was a participant in not only the Boston Tea Party, but many political protests.
Most people have no clue that in 2023, the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical product.
All right, so I'm going to bring you to another previous presentation. This is from September of last year, 2021. The name of this video is The Mulatto Indigenous American Revolutionary Martyr, Crispus Attucks from Massachusetts. All right. Yeah, he was a native Indian. This is a very good video right here. Make sure to check it out if you haven't. We're going to go to a specific part when we're talking about Robert Hughes, right? George Robert Hughes. We're going to go about 15 minutes into this video, and we're going to read this book right here, right? Written by Robert Hughes himself. Called A Retrospect of the Boston Tea Party, with a memoir of George R.T. Hughes, a survivor of the little band of patriots who drowned the tea in Boston Harbor. You hear this? So one of the persons who actually threw the tea over, right? From his own account, one of the persons, right, that dressed up as a Mohawk. It says here that, well, let's go a little bit down. It says, when the committee returned and informed the meeting of the absence of the governor, there was a confused murmur among the members, and the meeting was immediately dissolved. Many of them crying out, let every man do his duty and be true to his country. And there was a general hustle for Griffin's Wharf. It was now evening, and I immediately dressed myself in the costume of an Indian, equipped with a small hatchet, which I and my associates denominated the tomahawk, and a club, after having painted my face and hands with coal dust in the shop of a blacksmith. Again, what did he paint his face with? Coal dust. All right, now if you get coal, right, what is going to happen to your face, right? And this is a coal mask. This is what, why would they want to look black? Why, if they want to look like Indians, would they paint themselves black, right? Why would they paint themselves black if they wanted to look like Indians? Because coal is really dark, right? All right, so that's a primary source from one of the Sons of Liberty members, a shoemaker by trade. But he's telling you that They dress themselves as Indians and paint themselves with coal in their face to make themselves look dark complexion. Straight up. Basically is what I was trying to point out. So as it says here, disguise of Sons of Liberty, in an effort to hide their true identities, many of the Sons of Liberty attempted to pass themselves off as Mohawk Indians, because if caught for their actions, they would have faced severe punishment. Reports from the time described the participants as dressed as Mohawks or Narragansett Indians. The disguise was mostly symbolic in nature. They knew they would be recognized as non-Indians. The act of wearing Indian dress was to express to the world that the American colonists identified themselves as Americans and no longer considered themselves British subjects. They were not dressed as Indians in the classic sense with headdresses and full authentic regalia. Rather, they wore wool blankets, mashed coat style, painted their faces with soot, and employed other modes of dress commonly known at the time as Indian dress, which had been adopted by soldiers during the French and Indian War. An observer of the Boston Tea Party, John Andrews, wrote the following in 1773. They say the actors were Indians. Whether they were or not to a transient observer, they appeared as such, being clothed in blankets with the heads muffled and copper-colored countenances. Copper-colored countenances, huh? Dark complexion, copper-colored, each being armed with a hatchet or axe and pair pistols. Nor was their dialect different from what I conceived these geniuses to speak. All right, they were even talking the dialect of the Mohawks or Iroquois, as their jargon was unintelligible to all but themselves. So up here, real quick, they said they painted their faces with soot. Just want to show you guys. Soot is the same thing. A black powdery or flaky substance consisting largely of atmospheric carbon. All right, black. This is soot right here, and this is a man with soot in his face. And this is black Pete. What's the difference? They painted themselves with soot to look like Indians, huh? We're in the New York Public Library Archives and Manuscripts website, and we're just going to be reading about the Society of Tammany now, or Columbian Order. All right, they have the name Columbian for a reason. I'm going to show you who influenced them, really. Who is the Society of Tammany, or the Sons of Tammany? Basically, an organization that sprung out of the same ideas and same actions of the Sons of Liberty and the Loyal Nine. So the Society of Tammany, or Columbian Order, was a fraternal, patriotic, and benevolent society founded in New York in 1786. It was officially organized under a constitution in 1789. The society played an instrumental role in the development of the Democratic Party in New York during the 19th century, and the names of its meeting place, Tammany Hall, became synonymous with democratic machine politics in the city. St. Tammany societies began their existence in the 18th century as social clubs in the American colonies, notably in Pennsylvania, and flourished during the Revolutionary era in association with the American cause. Tammany, or Tamanen, was a Delaware Indian chief and contemporary of William Penn, who later acquired the role of a patron saint of America in popular culture. Right? They made this chief a saint. And I'm going to show you who did that. The choice of patrons emphasized the American identity of the society, which initially required native birth for its officers in contrast to fraternal societies associated with European heritage, such as St. Andrew's Society, St. George Society, and the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick. Like other Tammany societies, it modeled its organization, structure, and culture on an amalgam of Native American and national traditions. Its meeting place was the wigwam, and its membership was divided into 13 tribes, representing the original 13 states, led by Sachems. The Grand Sachem was elected annually at its head. William Mooney, its first Grand Sachem, and John Pintard, all right, a wealthy merchant, who's the merchants, and its first Sagamore, or Master of Ceremonies, figured prominently in the society's foundational years. All right, its first Sagamore, John Pintard. So we got Tammany Hall, right? So we just read about William Mooney and John Pintard, who helped found this Tammany Society. Again, this is offshoots of the Sons of Liberty, same ideas, same people. It became the main local political machine of the Democratic Party and played a major role in controlling New York City and New York State politics and helping immigrants, most notably the Irish, rise in American politics from the 1790s to the 1960s. Further down says the first Grand Sachem as the leader was William Mooney, an upholsterer of Nassau Street.
We all know that there's no such thing as a free lunch, but cashback
Called From the Lower Sort to the Lower Orders, Labor and Self-Identity in Boston, 1737 to 1837, by Christopher Sawula, BA in Boston College and a Master's at Emory University. An abstract of a dissertation submitted to the faculty of the James T. Laney School of Graduate Studies of Emory University in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in History, 2014. Page 114. Earlier in the summer, a group known as the Loyal Nine, a political and social club that consisted of middling merchants, printers, and artisans, had decided that Boston needed to resist the Stamp Act, with more than petitions and complaints to the Massachusetts Assembly. Although they had been largely successful in turning popular opinion against the Stamp Act through a propaganda campaign largely orchestrated by Benjamin Eades, one of the Loyal Nine and co-printer of the Boston Gazette, they did not possess the skills, connections, or respect necessary to coordinate and execute a crowd action on their own. Consequently, the Loyal Nine approached shipwright Henry Swift and shoemaker Ebenezer McIntosh, both disaffected members of the town's laboring community. The Loyal Nine propositioned the two men after they had grown in infamy as leaders of the Pope's Day gangs. All right, the Pope's Day gangs. We're going to learn about what's that mean, and obtained their needed assistance in organizing a demonstration. The Loyal Nine recruited McIntosh and Swift to organize the August 14 protest based on their ability to organize the town's laborers and plan crowd actions, and selecting the respective leaders of the Pope's Day celebrations. The Loyal Nine sought an influence over the laboring community that they otherwise would have been unable to obtain. Based on the progression of the August 14 demonstrations, it seems very likely that Swift and McIntosh planned the entirety of the August 14 demonstrations as a modified version of the Pope's Day ritual. The effigies, the procession, and the bonfire atop Fort Hill almost exactly mirrored the sequence repeated on Pope's Day. Either the Loyal Nine had studied the Pope's Day celebrations and broken them down into constituent parts, or more plausibly, Swift and McIntosh organized the crowd action along the lines of Pope's Day to ensure that it would be accepted and carried out by the laboring community. You guys got to understand what this means. Pope's Day. So Pope's Day, or Pope's Night, as it says here, right? Also called Pope Day or Pope's Day, was an anti-Catholic holiday. Anti-Catholic. So it was Protestants, Sephardic Jews, Moors doing this, Protestants, Huguenots. It was celebrated annually on November 5th in the colonial United States. It evolved from the British Guy Fawkes Night, which commemorates the failure of the gunpowder plot of 1605. Pope Night was most popular in the seaport towns of New England, especially in Boston, where it was an occasion for drinking, rioting, and anti-elite protests by the working class. Gang violence became part of the tradition in the 1740s, with residents of different Boston neighborhoods battling for the honor of burning the Pope's effigy. Again, as we read in this article, the Loyal Nine were behind it all. This power dynamic suggests that rather than controlling the laboring community and dictating orders, the Loyal Nine could only request assistance from working leaders. Having practiced challenging the social hierarchy during Pope's Day, the laboring community agreed to employ their tradition of misrule for political protest. There you go. All right, so we're back on BostonTeaPartyShip.com. This here, Sons of Liberties, the masterminds of the Boston Tea Party. The Sons of Liberty, a well-organized patriot paramilitary political organization shrouded in secrecy, was established to undermine British rule in colonial America and was influential in organizing and carrying out the Boston Tea Party. The origin and founding of the Sons of Liberty is unclear, but history records the earliest known reference to the organization to 1765 in the thriving colonial port cities of Boston and New York. More than likely, the Boston and New York chapters of the Sons of Liberty were deliberately established at the same time and worked as an underground network in conjunction with each other. It is believed the Sons of Liberty was formed out of earlier smaller scale like-minded patriot organizations such as the Boston Caucus Club and the Loyal Nine, right? Membership was made up of males from all walks of colonial society, but was notorious in recruiting tavern mongers, wharf rats, and other seedy characters looking to cause trouble. Under the cover of darkness, the Boston chapter of the organization held their meeting under the Liberty Tree, and the New York chapter under the Liberty Pole. The Liberty Tree was located in Hanover Square, the most public part of Boston, and was a 120-year-old stately elm with branches that seemed to touch the skies, according to the Boston Gazette. Taverns with owners sympathetic to the Patriot cause were also the favorite meeting places of the Sons of Liberty. The Green Dragon Tavern in Boston was the tavern of choice for meeting of the Sons of Liberty, right? The Green Dragon. Despite very little documentary evidence as to the origins of the organization, Boston Patriot Samuel Adams is often credited as being the founder and leader of the Sons of Liberty. All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys, it's not just a couple of people in these societies, and they're not just recruiting people that want to start trouble. They, these are very important people. This is an actual alphabetical list of the Sons of Liberty who dined at Liberty Tree, Dorchester, August 14th, 1769. And you can see the first one is Samuel Adams, John Avery. And remember, John Avery was a Loyal Nine member. A lot of these are very prominent people in colonial times. They're not just some bar owners. All right, so it's a big list. A lot of people here, a lot of familiar last names. Here's a familiar name, Paul Revere. Paul Revere, right? Sons of Liberty. We got John Hancock right here. John Hancock, a member of the Sons of Liberty. Now, another name that I noticed is this fellow right here is Robert Hughes. Robert Hughes, or best known as George Robert 12 Hughes. So Robert Hughes, that's him. George Hughes was one of the last survivors of the American Revolution. He was a participant in not only the Boston Tea Party, but many political protests.
The NFL season is here.
They are showing out with the pregame fit.
Show me where to get that.
All right, so I'm going to bring you to another previous presentation. This is from September of last year, 2021. The name of this video is The Mulatto Indigenous American Revolutionary Martyr, Crispus Attucks from Massachusetts. All right. Yeah, he was a Native Indian. This is a very good video right here. Make sure to check it out if you haven't. We're going to go to a specific part when we're talking about Robert Hughes, right? George Robert Hughes. We're going to go about 15 minutes into this video, and we're going to read this book right here, right? Written by Robert Hughes himself. Called A Retrospect of the Boston Tea Party, with a memoir of George R.T. Hughes, a survivor of the little band of patriots who drowned the tea in Boston Harbor. You hear this? So one of the persons who actually threw the tea over, right? From his own account, one of the persons, right, that dressed up as a Mohawk. It says here that, well, let's go a little bit down. It says, when the committee returned and informed the meeting of the absence of the governor, there was a confused murmur among the members, and the meeting was immediately dissolved. Many of them crying out, let every man do his duty and be true to his country. And there was a general hustle for Griffin's Wharf. It was now evening, and I immediately dressed myself in the costume of an Indian, equipped with a small hatchet, which I and my associates denominated the tomahawk, which and a club, after having painted my face and hands with coal dust in the shop of a blacksmith. Again, what did he paint his face with? Coal dust. All right, now if you get coal, right, what is going to happen to your face, right? And this is a coal mask. This is what, so this is what they, why would they want to look black? Why, if they want to look like Indians, would they paint themselves black, right? Why would they paint themselves black if they wanted to look like Indians? because coal is really dark, right? All right, so that's a primary source from one of the Sons of Liberty members, a shoemaker by trade. But he's telling you that they dress themselves as Indians and paint themselves with coal in their face to make themselves look dark complexion. Straight up. Basically is what I was trying to point out. So as it says here, disguise of Sons of Liberty, in an effort to hide their true identities, many of the Sons of Liberty attempted to pass themselves off as Mohawk Indians, because if caught for their actions, they would have faced severe punishment. Reports from the time describe the participants as dressed as Mohawks or Narragansett Indians. The disguise was mostly symbolic in nature. They knew they would be recognized as non-Indians. The act of wearing Indian dress was to express to the world that the American colonists identified themselves as Americans and no longer considered themselves British subjects. They were not dressed as Indians in the classic sense with headdresses and full authentic regalia. Rather, they wore wool blankets, mashed coat style, painted their faces with soot, and employed other modes of dress commonly known at the time as Indian dress, which had been adopted by soldiers during the French and Indian War. An observer of the Boston Tea Party, John Andrews, wrote the following in 1773. They say the actors were Indians. Whether they were or not, to a transient observer, they appeared as such, being clothed in blankets with the heads muffled and copper-colored countenances. Copper-colored countenances, huh? Dark complexion, copper-colored, each being armed with a hatchet or axe and pair pistols. Nor was their dialect different from what I conceived these geniuses to speak. All right, they were even talking the dialect of the Mohawks or Iroquois, as their jargon was unintelligible to all but themselves. So up here, real quick, they said they painted their faces with soot. Just want to show you guys. Soot is the same thing. A black powdery or flaky substance consisting largely of atmospheric carbon. All right, black. This is soot right here, and this is a man with soot in his face, and this is black Pete. What's the difference? They're painting themselves with soot to look like Indians, huh? We're in the New York Public Library Archives and Manuscripts website, and we're just going to be reading about the Society of Tammany now, or Columbian Order. All right, they have the name Columbian for a reason. I'm going to show you who influenced them, really. Who is the Society of Tammany, or the Sons of Tammany? Basically, an organization that sprung out of the same ideas and same actions of the Sons of Liberty and the Loyal Nine. The Society of Tammany, or Columbian Order, was a fraternal, patriotic, and benevolent society founded in New York in 1786. It was officially organized under a constitution in 1789. The society played an instrumental role in the development of the Democratic Party in New York during the 19th century, and the names of its meeting place, Tammany Hall, became synonymous with democratic machine politics in the city. St. Tammany societies began their existence in the 18th century as social clubs in the American colonies, notably in Pennsylvania, and flourished during the Revolutionary era in association with the American cause. Tammany, or Tamanen, was a Delaware Indian chief and contemporary of William Penn, who later acquired the role of a patron saint of America in popular culture, right? They made this chief a saint. And I'm going to show you who did that. The choice of patrons emphasized the American identity of the society, which initially required native birth for its officers in contrast to fraternal societies associated with European heritage, such as St. Andrew's Society, St. George Society, and the Friendly Sons of St. Patrick. Like other Tammany societies, it modeled its organization, structure, and culture on an amalgam of Native American and national traditions. Its meeting place was the wigwam, and its membership was divided into 13 tribes, representing the original 13 states, led by Sachems. The Grand Sachem was elected annually at its head. William Mooney, its first Grand Sachem, and John Pintard, all right, a wealthy merchant, who's the merchants, and its first Sagamore, or Master of Ceremonies, figured prominently in the society's foundational years. All right, its first Sagamore, John Pintard. So we got Tammany Hall, right? So we just read about William Mooney and John Pintard, who helped found this Tammany Society. Again, this is offshoots of the Sons of Liberty, same ideas, same people. It became the main local political machine of the Democratic Party and played a major role in controlling New York City and New York State politics and helping immigrants, most notably the Irish, rise in American politics from the 1790s to the 1960s. Further down says the first Grand Sachem as the leader was William Mooney, an upholsterer of Nassau Street.
Coming up, because there wasn't nothing I could do. It was all of a sudden, there was nothing on the screen. So silence is going to come to your ear. Just be prepared for it and know in advance that it's coming.
Are you a business owner or an entrepreneur who wants to grow his business? In this video, I'm going to show you.
It's trying to make up his mind not to show no more commercials
to the lower orders.
during our
Labor
reading.
and Self-Identity in Boston, 1737 to 1837, by Christopher Sawula, BA in Boston College and a Master's at Emory University. An abstract of a dissertation submitted to the faculty of the James T. Laney School of Graduate Studies of Emory University in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree of Doctor of Philosophy in History, 2014. Page 114. Earlier in the summer, a group known as the Loyal Nine, a political and social club that consisted of middling merchants, printers, and artisans, had decided that Boston needed to resist the Stamp Act, with more than petitions and complaints to the Massachusetts Assembly. Although they had been largely successful in turning popular opinion against the Stamp Act through a propaganda campaign largely orchestrated by Benjamin Eades, one of the Loyal Nine and co-printer of the Boston Gazette, they did not possess the skills, connections, or respect necessary to coordinate and execute a crowd action on their own. Consequently, the Loyal Nine approached shipwright Henry Swift and shoemaker Ebenezer McIntosh, both disaffected members of the town's laboring community. The Loyal Nine propositioned the two men after they had grown in infamy as leaders of the Pope's Day gangs. All right, the Pope's Day gangs. We're going to learn about what's that mean, and obtained their needed assistance in organizing a demonstration. The Loyal Nine recruited McIntosh and Swift to organize the August 14 protest based on their ability to organize the town's laborers and plan crowd actions. And selecting the respective leaders of the Pope's Day celebrations, the Loyal Nine sought an influence over the laboring community that they otherwise would have been unable to obtain. Based on the progression of the August 14 demonstrations, it seems very likely that Swift and McIntosh planned the entirety of the August 14 demonstrations as a modified version of the Pope's Day ritual. The effigies, the procession, and the bonfire atop Fort Hill almost exactly mirrored the sequence repeated on Pope's Day. Either the Loyal Nine had studied the Pope's Day celebrations and broken them down into constituent parts, or more plausibly, Swift and McIntosh organized the crowd action along the lines of Pope's Day to ensure that it would be accepted and carried out by the laboring community. You guys got to understand what this means. Pope's Day. So Pope's Day, or Pope's Night, as it says here, right? Also called Pope Day or Pope's Day, was an anti-Catholic holiday. Anti-Catholic. So it was Protestants, Sephardic Jews, Moors doing this, Protestants, Huguenots. It was celebrated annually on November 5th in the colonial United States. It evolved from the British Guy Fawkes Night, which commemorates the failure of the gunpowder plot of 1605. Pope Night was most popular in the seaport towns of New England, especially in Boston, where it was an occasion for drinking, rioting, and anti-elite protests by the working class. Gang violence became part of the tradition in the 1740s, with residents of different Boston neighborhoods battling for the honor of burning the Pope's effigy. Again, as we read in this article, the Loyal Nine were behind it all. This power dynamic suggests that rather than controlling the laboring community and dictating orders, the Loyal Nine could only request assistance from working leaders. Having practiced challenging the social hierarchy during Pope's Day, the laboring community agreed to employ their tradition of misrule for political protests. There you go. All right, so we're back on BostonTeaPartyShip.com. This here, Sons of Liberties. the masterminds of the Boston Tea Party. The Sons of Liberty, a well-organized patriot paramilitary political organization shrouded in secrecy, was established to undermine British rule in colonial America and was influential in organizing and carrying out the Boston Tea Party. The origin and founding of the Sons of Liberty is unclear, but history records the earliest known reference to the organization to 1765 in the thriving colonial port cities of Boston and New York. More than likely, the Boston and New York chapters of the Sons of Liberty were deliberately established at the same time and worked as an underground network in conjunction with each other. It is believed the Sons of Liberty was formed out of earlier smaller scale like-minded patriot organizations such as the Boston Caucus Club and the Loyal Nine, right? Membership was made up of males from all walks of colonial society, but was notorious in recruiting tavern mongers, wharf rats, and other seedy characters looking to cause trouble. Under the cover of darkness, the Boston chapter of the organization held their meeting under the Liberty Tree, and the New York chapter under the Liberty Pole. The Liberty Tree was located in Hanover Square, the most public part of Boston, and was a 120-year-old stately elm with branches that seemed to touch the skies, according to the Boston Gazette. Taverns with owners sympathetic to the Patriot cause were also the favorite meeting places of the Sons of Liberty. The Green Dragon Tavern in Boston was the tavern of choice for meeting of the Sons of Liberty, right? The Green Dragon. Despite very little documentary evidence as to the origins of the organization, Boston Patriot Samuel Adams is often credited as being the founder and leader of the Sons of Liberty. All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys, it's not just a couple of people in these societies, and they're not just recruiting people that want to start trouble. These are very important people. This is an actual alphabetical list of the Sons of Liberty who dined at Liberty Tree, Dorchester, August 14th, 1769. And you can see the first one is Samuel Adams, John Avery. And remember, John Avery was a Loyal Nine member. A lot of these are very prominent people in colonial times. They're not just some bar owners. All right, so it's a big list. A lot of people here, a lot of familiar last names. Here's a familiar name, Paul Revere. Paul Revere, right? Sons of Liberty. We got John Hancock right here. John Hancock, a member of the Sons of Liberty. Now, another name that I noticed is this fellow right here is Robert Hughes. Robert Hughes, or best known as George Robert Twelves Hughes. So Robert Hughes, that's him. George Hughes was one of the last survivors of the American Revolution. He was a participant in not only the Boston Tea Party, but many political protests.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any business?
All right, so I'm going to bring you to another previous presentation. This is from September of last year, 2021. The name of this video is The Mulatto Indigenous American Revolutionary Martyr, Crispus Attucks from Massachusetts. All right. Yeah, he was a native Indian. This is a very good video right here. Make sure to check it out if you have Pennsylvania and flourished during the Revolutionary era in association with the American cause. Tammany or Tamanen was a Delaware Indian chief and contemporary of William Penn, who later acquired the role of a patron saint of America in popular culture, right? They made this chief a saint. And I'm going to show you who did that. The choice of patrons emphasized the American identity of the society, which initially required native birth for its officers in contrast to fraternal societies associated with Europe.
Forward here.
President of the United States was ex officio considered the great Grand Sachem. Each of the 13 Sachems in turn was to rule a tribe within the organization, and each tribe had its own Okema, warrior, Makawala, hunter, and Alang, clerk. These subsidiary groupings, however, did not last long and were little more than vehicles for planning social events and ceremonies. All right, so it was John Pinter who brought all that Indian dress up and terminology, ceremonial practices, and all that. Now, remember the Boston Tea Party. It told us that many of the Sons of Liberty attempted to pass themselves off as Mohawk Indians. All right, so they dressed up. So was that really just a random thing? because we know the Saint Tammany, that's what they were doing. They actually dressed like that. Not only them, we're going to read about now the Improved Order of Red Men. All right, this is the book Official History of the Improved Order of Red Men, compiled under the authority from the Great Council of the United States by past great Ecohonis. And this was written in 1893. Before I begin, though, as it says here on the website redmen.org, the Improved Order of Red Men, America's oldest fraternal organization. Who are the Red Men? The fraternity traces its origins back to 1765 and is descended from the Sons of Liberty. All right, so we already know who that is. These patriots concealed their identities and worked underground to help establish freedom and liberty in the early colonies. They patterned themselves after the great Iroquois Confederacy and its democratic governing body. You see, it was Freemasons who grabbed the constitution of these Iroquois. Why? Why the Iroquois? We're going to get into the Iroquois. Be ready to empty your cup with the Iroquois. And its democratic governing body, their system with elected representatives to govern tribal councils, had been in existence for several centuries. After the War of 1812, the name was changed to the Society of Red Men, and in 1834 to the Improved Order of Red Men. They kept the customs and terminology of Native Americans as a basic part of the fraternity. Some of the words and terms may sound strange, but they soon became a familiar part of the language for every member. The Improved Order of the Red Men is similar in many ways to the other major fraternal organizations in the United States. It says here, History of the Red Men. The Improved Order of Red Men traces its origin to certain secret patriotic societies founded before the American Revolution. They were established to promote liberty and to defy the tyranny of the English crown. Among the early groups were the Sons of Liberty, the Sons of Tammany, and later the Society of Red Men. All right, you guys see the order we just went through? Now, the Improved Order of Red Men has many locations. This is Jacksonville, Oregon website here. It says the Improved Order of Red Men Charter, Freiburg, California. Improved Order of Red Men in Wheeling. Then we got the Red Men Lodge at Port Morris, New Jersey. And then talk about their history right here. The Improved Order of Red Men. Some of their badges here. A bit funny to me, you know, when I see these pictures, and especially when I see Brad Pitt on them. Yeah, for some reason, this guy looks like Brad Pitt to me. This is another one right here, the Society of Red Men organized at Fort Mifflin. You can see the drawings. Some pictures right here, Improved Order of Red Men, as you guys can see how they're just taking the clothing and traditions. How do we know a lot of these people didn't use their fraternal connections to become part of indigenous tribes today? I mean, look how they're dressing up like it's a costume party or something. Yeah. Right here, they even painted their face red. More pictures as you see here.
Creating
More
new
pictures
myth.
as you guys can see.
All
their
these
costumes.
people originally were white. And now they're starting their costume.
And some more. They got funny wigs. It's just funny to me. I don't know. But you guys can see. All right. So, yeah, they're literally these little fraternal orders secretly dressing up like Indians and having a big role in history. So, again, back in the book, The Official History of the Improved Order of Red Men, now that you guys know who they are. Again, this book from 1893. We're going to read from chapter 3 of this book, Patriotic Societies. I go to page 154, and it says here, there is a record of a dinner given by the Sons of Liberty at Dorchester, August 14, 1769. Many and important were the events that transpired, some of which are repeated in contemporaneous history, but concerning the minor details of which there is much obscurity, owing to the exceeding delicacy of the position occupied by the colonists, and the absolute secrecy necessary as regards the personal identity of the patriots engaged in many of the proceedings of those times. Finally came Thursday, December 16, 1773. The Old South Church was filled to suffocation, more than 2,000 people being in the building. The meeting had been called because the arrival of 3 vessels loaded with tea, which it had been proposed to land in defiance of the express wishes of the people, who refused to pay the tax the representatives of the king had attempted to collect thereon. The ships were moored off Griffin Wharf, now Liverpool Wharf, near the foot of Pearl Street. Addresses were made by Samuel Adams, Young Rowe, Quincy, and others. It was unanimously, remember, these are Sons of Liberty people. It was unanimously resolved that the tea should not be landed. Besides the large crowd in the church, it is estimated that more than 7,000 people had gathered on the outside. Messengers were sent to the governor to try to persuade him to arrange for the return of the vessels without an attempt to land the tea. About 6 o'clock, the messengers returned and reported that they were unsuccessful. The record from which we quote continues. Now remember, we're getting the whole details here of the Boston Tea Party. No sooner had he concluded than Samuel Adams arose and said, "This meeting can do nothing more to save the country." Instantly a shout was heard at the porch. The war whoop resounded, and a band of 40 or 50 men disguised as Indians rushed by the door and hurried down toward the harbor, followed by a throng of people. Guards were carefully
That's the
posted
truth
according to
about
previous
the Tea Party.
arrangements around Griffin's Wharf to prevent the intrusion of spies. The Mohawks and some others accompanying them sprang aboard the 3 tea ships and emptied the contents of 342 chests of tea into the bay, without the least injury to the vessels or any other property. No one interfered with them. No person was harmed. No tea was allowed to be carried away. There was no confusion, no noisy riot, no infuriated mob. The multitude stood by and looked on in solemn silence while the weird-looking figures, made distinctly visible in the moonlight, removed the hatches, tore open the chests, and threw the entire cargo overboard. All right, you guys picture that? So while they're doing this, everybody's like all awkward, like, wait, what's going on? Why are they doing that? And who's these people dressed like Indians? So it was all planned. It wasn't all crazy. They got to the point. They did what they had to do. Nobody got hurt. This strange spectacle lasted about 3 hours. And then the people all went home and the town was quiet as if nothing had happened. The next day, the fragments of the tea were seen strewn along the Dorchester shore, carried thither by the wind and tide. A formal declaration of the transaction was drawn up by the Boston Committee, and Paul Revere was sent with dispatches to New York and Philadelphia. I remember Paul Revere, a Huguenot and a Sons of Liberty member, where the news was received with the greatest demonstrations of joy. In Boston, the feeling was that of intense satisfaction, proceeding from the consciousness of having exhausted every possible measure of legal redress before undertaking this bold and novel mode of asserting the rights of the people. Resuming a little further on, it says, "We call attention to the fact that Paul Revere was sent by the Boston Committee with dispatches to New York and Philadelphia. This corroborates the claim we have made, that these societies were united by secret modes of communication and were in full harmony and communion in the common work in which they were engaged. The connection between the Sons of Liberty and the St. Tamina Society of Annapolis, Maryland, is clear and distinct. While the St. Tamina Society of Maryland was the first of which we have record to use the name of an Indian as the patron saint of America, and of the said organization, the Sons of Liberty was the first organization of which we have record to use the disguise of Indians and presumably their forms and customs for the patriotic purposes for which they were organized. In the year 1771, the Society of Sons of Liberty adopted the title of Sons of St. Tamina or St. Tamina Society and set apart the first day of May as their anniversary, all right? You see, the same people, same order. We quote from our former authority, Mr. Ridgely, in his Annals of Annapolis, who says, in this year, 1771, and for many years later, there existed in the town of Annapolis a society called the St. Tamina Society, who set apart the first day of May in memory of St. Tamina, the patron saint whose history is now lost in fable and uncertainty. All right, so I'm going to end the video right here. Again, I just wanted to go ahead and touch bases on this. It opens up to a lot of other videos I got coming. Wanted to introduce these societies and their roles and the people active in these societies, who they were, just to get a better understanding of what was really going on in these colonial times with these so-called wars. And what is the connection with the indigenous tribes that they were dealing with and why they were grabbing like their models of constitution or their own constitution that they were creating, like the Iroquois, for example. So these are all future videos. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Thanks for tuning in once again. Pura vida. Much love and respect. Awa.
All
Behind the
right,
scenes, undercover billionaire.
there it was. We all understand now that there was a revolutionary war that was fought and won by Sephardic Jews and Morisco Moors that had settled here in America. And it's funny that they dressed up in costume to look like Indians were doing it. I guess I understand why that was, because Great Britain probably didn't plan to take that land down, and probably would have hung some people, burnt some people at the stake and everything, man. If they'd have known that that wasn't no Indians, but it probably was some Indians had to suffer behind it, because the investigators from Great Britain, I'm sure they were told that, it was my Mohawk Indians that had did all of this. And so they probably went after the Mohawk Indians for having destroyed all that tea that the colonists didn't want to pay for, So that is the end of tonight's session. Queen, don't tell me you just now getting here. Yeah, Queen, I understand that too. Well, Queen, I guess, if everybody else takes off, I guess I don't need to kill the vibe. Don't kill the vibe, Papa Will. What you got next? Well, I'm gonna see if I can get some up in here and play some music. See if more people decide to show up for the third part of our show tonight. But Queen, I'm sorry, man. I thought you got off from work at like 2:30. I guess that's some days that you get off at 2:30, but today wasn't that day. That's why I started at 4:30. But as you can see, I didn't get out of here. I didn't try to get out of here. So I got my godson Johnny West and Snoop Dogg waiting on y'all. So let me go ahead and blast that. And honestly,
you can tell that the East Bay. Yeah, nigga, Johnny West in this bitch. Yeah, Johnny Slim. We're liars. What? You know what? I mean, really that. It's really big. But a boss player like all my friends. I've been riding since the beginning of getting my ends. Took a stop at the green light, wipe off my rims. Beat the shit out of any nigga that honk in my Benz. It's on. Nigga, we roam like Sprint phones. You can tell that the East Bay is my home. The way I spit these ebonics and pop my motherfucking collar. We don't fall down, but me and the homies might squabble. Love each other like brothers, so we ride for one another. With one foot in the grave and the other one in the gutter. It's the motherfucking boss. I'm riding at all costs. And if I fall that I carry your wig off, break your back, boy. Bring you your motherfucking hat, boy. We hitting corners, leaving motherfuckers flat, boy. You get a hole in your chest without the vest. I just purchased the Desert Eagle from Johnny West. Niggas is tripping cause he gave me the gun. Saying why you get that big old pistol to spice one. Bang, bang, bo. Sing why they getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me third thing. Bang, bang, bo. Sing why they getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me third thing. Johnny West ready to pack another clip. Lock and low, why don't you take another hit? But if you're sick and not be creeping, ready to take your cash. Thought you was ballin', now you ride like an asshole. Just eagles to a strap, lay you on your fucking back. Pop a collars, all the laces, fuck the track. Thought you was riding, got you crying like a little bitch. Angelic winners in the back, about to dig your fucking dick. Try to ride with Star Life, you sippin' fella, really shit. Fuck don't let my boy Trilogy riggedy walk off the fucking lip. Bang, bo. See why they getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang.
Yeah. Money Mac. Dale Fetty. What's up, y'all? And Mr. Reed. That's how we do it, y'all. Y'all ain't even ready, though. Hell nah. Mac. What's up now? Yeah. Give it to him. Yeah. These niggas on life support, about to put a plug on them. Speaker in the trunk, bumping dope like a drug runner. Mac. Music in my veins, I'm a blood donor. Racks. See them daily like a strip club on a fat. Give it crack, smoke rap. Hang these motherfuckers out to dry like a coat rack. Mac wet, got pulled like an abscess. Meet me at the block, I keep numbers like an address. Hustling ass nigga in the bed with a bad bitch. Sleep number 5, 10s, 20s in a mattress. Whole life's a crapshoot. Hell yeah, I'm gambling. Bet it all on black student body up and grambling. DJ sampling, rappers just biting. Bitches in my pocket out of gas, try to siphon. Touch more keys than Sean Ross on the Triton. Heavyweight, iron on the mic like Tyson. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do.
I'm old school like rockin' bills and LLs, dropping tail short dogs, 7-5 girls, step into my world, MCs and DJs, Rick Lee's and freeways, JC's, that's all that, smoke weed and serve game, magazine in this prime, but tennis ain't my racket, I'm a menace when I'm rapping, there's no ending to this saga, all the other rough the raw, Tupac, I'm like fuck the world, I do this thing often like fucking your girl, teaching youngsters to be bosses and motivate they sales, I soak the game well and you should do the same, it ain't hard to tell. You better guard your grill, cause the streets is talking and you're the topic. You better guard your grill, cause the streets is talking and you're the topic.
My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation, man. It's more than a dream. That's why I do the things I do on a daily, like chase money. It's funny how time passes like sand through an hourglass. Yet I can't never relax, cause I'm back like a relapse. The next day, at it again, I can't stop. Hustling in my blood like clots, stuck on the block. Feeling withdrawals if I stay away like a knot. So I'd rather stay and play while my future I plot. Can you dig it? If you came, it's good. See, I'm used to getting questioned and misunderstood by my own self, trying to figure out the mistakes that I done made in the past, so I don't duplicate them and waste any more days of my lifespan. Been here from the start, never left like a right hand. Mystery shining like the light on my nightstand. And fuck getting rich, I want wealth like a white man. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. My music is my motivation. Making money's just a habit. So I gotta do what I gotta do.
At this time, we would like the family members to move forward and put on your soldier's Army 1-star badge.
This is my dad's son, Johnny West, once again,
You don't take home the mother.
with Nate Dogg.
Her she's got a ring. That's one just like the other. Found out they're rather
Face like an angel and body for days. I light up the light like a sunshine rays. Hot like a fire, burning so bright. I wanna be a freaking nasty girl tonight. Get lost in my eyes, now you're hypnotized. Take so long that you can't deny. I got the other girlies wondering why. You can't be a freaking nasty.
see, when I play these songs that are mine, there ain't no bust on Facebook shutting it down. Now, to me and you, it's, to me, it's not like I'm just playing the same batch of 20 to 30 songs every night. Because I am. That's how radio does it. You want to know what Michael Welch songs are? Bam, 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 bam. You asked me for the link to it. Johnny West, bam, bam, bam. Because I know y'all's music,
That's why I'm going to create.
Right, yeah. Yeah. And then, if you put that in your post and give me that link, I can put it in the post. I know it's on the website.
Yeah, I just got it.
Okay, yeah, that was Johnny West. And now here it comes. Here it comes. It's time to bring out our favorite song. This song right here, Michael, myself, and Linda. Boy, we just love this song right here from our sponsor, Michael Welch, y'all.
I want you to make it. Show me what you got. Yeah, you're looking just as good as the last time I remember. Sound the other drink. There's something I want to say. I want you to make it. Can't you see what your sexy body does to me? You fill my head with fantasies of ecstasy. Me holding you, you holding me. Loving you, loving me, girl. I want you naked next to me. You've got a body that's a
his whole thing, and he don't have many songs.
With perfect skin and perfect eyes, perfect lips and perfect thighs. And so fine and mesmerized when everybody else there. You've already decided your trust in me is confided. So go tell your homegirl you're leaving here with me. We ain't got no time for playing games. The name and number that you gave are the real thing. So let's go and satisfy our curiosity. And I want you naked, you want it too. Got my nature rising just for you. So come on, baby, let's stop wasting time. It's tasting time. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. A little bump and grind to the 69. I want you naked and I ain't wrong. I light the candle while you lose that thong. Come over here and let me take it off. You break me off in the way I'm gonna shake it off. You know I came to get you off, girl, yeah. Oh, yeah. Getting up on the room after me going down on you. Some dinner conversation, and we're right back in the mood. A bubble that's it in Tennessee. Me touching you, girl, you caressing me. Revealing secrets of love, inside us, whisper and scream. No, I don't play with this stuff. Girl, I'll be freaky enough. I'll be the biggest freak you'll ever do. No, you don't need no lingerie. No sex and negligee. I'm gonna do all the things that you want me to. I want you naked. Can you see what sexy body does to me? Come over here and let me do the things you want me to. The kind of things you never knew. The things your man I won't do for you. I want you naked. Got a body that's some heavenly. Come bustin' in the club. Perfect skin, perfect eyes, perfect lips, perfect thighs. And so fine and mesmerizing me. I want.
And that's how you cut that song off at the end. Okay, so look, this is what I got for you guys now. I went to the archives, and we done looked at everything about Morisco Moors, Sephardic Jews, Catholic Church, Great Britain, Native Americans. We've gone through all of that. Now, this is it right here. This is the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go into the true cause of the Civil War. That's what this is. Put your hands together. Give me a big round of applause tonight for being dead on it with all this history in our lives tonight. Here we go.
Did I explain about
how there was one Native American in this country entitled to it. It was something that the Holy Roman Catholic Church made up and didn't come through on. Now, the third part of what you just said is the fact of the definition of the word. It says entitlement to the winner. The loser ain't got shit on it. That's what reparations really mean. See?
That's why I said about restitution. That's how I work this out.
The hysterical move today to eliminate Confederate symbols from the American landscape springs from the myth taught for 2 generations that the South seceded to protect slavery while the North invaded to abolish slavery. The claim is as preposterous as it is popular. No national political party in the entire antebellum period ever put forth a proposal to emancipate slaves. And Lincoln and Congress repeatedly made clear that emancipation was not the reason for invasion.
Here's how to legally steal gasoline from gas stations. This ex-programmer got fired from his job.
All right, so today we're going to begin real quick with this book, First Slavery and the Civil War. What your history teacher didn't tell you. A Handbook to Combat Revisionist History by Gary Bowers. In the introduction, it says, the most effective way to destroy a people is to deny and obliterate their own understanding of their history. George Orwell. And I'm in chapter 1 of this book, The Civil War That Wasn't. Of all the misconceptions about the American Civil War, perhaps the most superlative is its very name. A civil war, by denotative or connotative definition, occurs when a faction wishes to overthrow or control an existing government in order to impose its own ideology upon the governed. The southern states that seceded from the Union had neither the desire nor the plans to take command of the country, all right? They simply wanted to withdraw from it, and arguably, according to even some modern constitutionalists and historians, had a right to do so, based upon the nation's origins. Virginia, New York, and Rhode Island demanded that the right of secession be reserved before they would even agree to the Constitution, thereby implying that secession was indeed a right reserved by individual states. The United States had, after all, seceded from Great Britain only 2 generations before the states of the Confederacy did so. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bonds which have connected them with another, states the beginning of the Declaration of Independence, that could not have been more applicable than it was to the Southern states in 1861, as will be exhibited in the pages following. Of the 30 or so named for the conflict, assigned both during and after the war, from both sides, there are several that describe it much more accurately than civil war. Note that this term was used in the very title of this book simply because it is traditional and recognizable, but not because it is accurate. Had some other of the titles been used, many, if not most people, would not know to what this work referred. Hereafter, it will be referred to as the war. All right, they ain't going to call it a civil war anymore, is what he's saying, because it really wasn't a civil war. It was just the war. The second most common name is the war between the states. However, biased northern writers and other revisionist historians, is a conscious attempt to scapegoat the South, began using the labels slave states for the Confederacy and free states for all others, ignoring the fact that up to 20% of slaves were held in the free states, and thereby invalidating this title. All right,
Yeah,
one. We
you
went
see
over
that?
this on
There's some
part
more
1 and 2.
Hey,
it wasn't
news
about
we was
slavery.
raised with.
We know that when Lincoln went and freed the southern so-called slaves, he didn't free the northern slaves. They still were in slavery. It wasn't about freeing slaves. All right, so as it's saying here,
When
20% of the
freeing
slaves were in the so-called free states. That's a fake title. You fell for it. Slave states and free states.
Yeah.
All right, they drew an imaginary line and they made you think that from that imaginary line in the South, it was all slavery and everybody in the North was all free. Other names include, according to one's loyalties, the War of the Rebellion, the War of Northern Aggression, the War to Preserve the Union, and the War for Southern Independence. So there's a lot of books actually with these titles, and that's exactly what they're talking about. You know, whoever's writing the story has his own view of it, right?
Oh, you see?
The last is by the far the most accurate and relates the legitimate cause of the conflict. So the War for Southern Independence, that's why they went to war, because the Northern was coming. No doubt about it, they had to go to war with them. In U.S. official government records, it is known as the War of the Rebellion. All right, even in the U.S. official government records, it's not even known as the Civil War. It's called as the War of the Rebellion. Who's rebelling, huh? This title too is incorrect. In 1867, none other than U.S. Supreme Court Justice Salmon P. Chase noted in his declaration that Jefferson Davis or any other Confederate could not be tried for treason, that secession is not rebellion. So this label too is inaccurate, all right? It's not rebellious to practice secession when they felt like they didn't want to be part of that other government. They had their own thing, right? They weren't trying to be rebellious or invade the North. It is also known widely as Mr. Lincoln's War, which is not too far off base. The Brothers' War, which sadly is far too accurate. Our personal favorite, as a matter of classical understatement, is the late Unpleasantness. But regardless of the plethora of names available, it is important to know that only one very obscure and rarely used title for the most devastating event in American history even mentions slavery. It can then readily be concluded that slavery was neither the cause nor the focus
There you go.
of the
Slavery
war,
had nothing to do with the Civil War.
not the cause.
This is what veterans are doing to increase their disability rating.
Two of the conditions they have. All this talk about slavery as the cause of the war is a smokescreen to hide the stark immorality of the North's invasion. The South did not secede over policy questions regarding slavery, the tariff, Western Territory, or any other policy. The South seceded for the simple reason that it wanted to govern itself and was capable of doing so.
Yep.
No one wastes time today wondering whether Scotland or Catalonia or the colonies in 1776 really had good policy reasons for secession. Their desire for self-government and their ability to do it was a sufficient reason. The question, therefore, that historians should be asking, and which is the only question they ask, is why? Why did the South secede? But they should be asking, why did the North invade?
Right. So wanted to show you guys that there's a lot of books out there, really talking about all this stuff. These are really quick books I found here. I just wanted to correlate with the other book that we're going to get into, really, that we've been reading. It says here, this book is called It Wasn't About Slavery, Exposing the Great Lie of the Civil War by Samuel W. Mitchcam Jr. Again, I remember we got to dodge the hijack. We got to pull the babies out and get all the good info that when we know it's correct, and dodge the hijack with their perspectives, again, their interpretations of what Abraham Lincoln was trying to say, right? Because we know clearly he was a so-called black man. It says here in the introduction, it is all very simple. The establishment historian writes, the Civil War was all about slavery. The selfless and morally superior Union soldier, brilliantly directed by a prophet and saint, Abraham Lincoln, invaded the evil and decadent South with no other purpose than to liberate the oppressed and downtrodden Negro from his cruel, sadistic masters. All right, so that's the story that we grew up hearing, right? That's kind of the story they put in our head, so we can picture something like that. It says here, filled with righteous indignation, these virtuous knights and military blew crushed the traitors and brought emancipation in heaven on earth to African Americans, all while bringing defeat and chastisement to the poor, ignorant Southerners, most of whom were slave owners or cruel overseers, who wipe their noses on their shirt sleeves and chew tobacco, even the women. All right, so again, the guy's making fun of the story they told us growing up, right? That's literally what they told us, right? They wanted us to picture the South being evil, white, slave masters who had only so-called blacks in slavery. And it wasn't like that. We already know, over 200 presentations. We know there was black slave owners. We know most of the South, a lot of these landowners were colored folks. We know the Huguenots. We know the Sephardic Jews and the Moors. We know the history, right? And we know a lot of these were American Indians too. The victor, as Churchill said, writes the history. But these historians have abused the privilege. They went crazy with it, right? Mm-hmm. What passes for history today is cultural and intellectual nihilism, especially when it comes to the myth of the enlightened and noble federal cause. Their aim is not to seek the truth, which should be the ambition of every legitimate historian, but to serve an agenda. All right, they have an agenda when they're lying to us about, like, the Civil War. They are saying instead, forget the past unless it fits the narrative of which we prove, because everything that occurred before us is irrelevant and inferior to our views, and therefore should be forgotten, modified, corrected, contextualized, or destroyed altogether. Is it possible to be more narcissistic? The French philosopher Bernard of Chartres remarked a long time ago that we stand on the shoulders of giants. Sir Isaac Newton made a similar pronouncement, but he added that the purpose was to see further, not to look down on the giants in scorn. I agree with Bernard and Sir Isaac and intend to teach history properly, standing on the shoulders of giants, seeing further, not to erase or rewrite history into an acceptable form by looking down, in my case, on the American South. The primary purpose of this book is to help bring some balance to the debate about what happened in the pre-Civil War era. First off, I confess that I do not believe it was a civil war. Again, it wasn't really a civil war. They were forced into, remember. Most military schools outside the United States define a civil war as a struggle between two or more factions for control of the government. Establishment intellectuals have redefined the term in America in order to provide moral cover for what I call the Lincoln Regiment. Yet, if the standard international definition is accepted, one would have to conclude that the objective of Robert E. Lee, Stonewall Jackson, etc., was to conquer and rule New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, and the rest of the North to label our 1865 struggle a civil war. This, of course, is absurd, though I dare say that all four cities and many more would have benefited immensely from benign Confederate military dictatorship. If we reject the term civil war, what is a good name for the conflict? All right, so again, here goes a whole nother book talking about the name. And again, it depends on the person's view and perspective and their experience with the so-called Civil War. It says here, some people prefer the War of the Rebellion, favored by many Northerners in the 19th century. Others prefer the war between the states, while some refer to it as the War for the Southern Independence. Stonewall Jackson called it our second war for independence. I prefer the War for Southern Self-Determination, which it was. If we apply modern usage of self-determination, after all, if we self-determination is good enough for Bosnia and Herzegovina, why isn't it good enough for Alabama, Mississippi? However, I will use the appellation Civil War in its place since it is widely understood and it conforms to the current usage. But it is nothing more than shorthand for the War for Southern Self-Determination.
There would have been no war had the North not invaded the South. This question is suppressed because an honest answer to it would not be morally attractive. Historians have yet to confront the hard moral truth that the best solution to all the problems facing the Union in 1861, including the moral problem of slavery, was a negotiated division into two federations.
Did you know that you could get $50,000 to over $150,000 of investment capital at 0% interest rates to fund any business or investment that you want? That's right. You could quickly and easily access $50,000 to over $150,000 of free money in less than 30 days to invest in guaranteed businesses and investments, all without having to risk your own cash or credit. And this is even despite all the craziness that's going on in the economy right now. It's true. There's a little-known funding hack only used by the wealthiest investors in America right now called 0% interest funding. And 0% interest funding is exactly what it sounds like. It's free money that comes without any interest that you can use to invest into businesses or investments to generate passive income. And this allows you to take advantage of investment opportunities you want to pursue without being limited by the money that you have saved up or being forced to pay interest and fees to credit cards or risky business loans. And in a very short time frame, often in less than 30 days, you can access this abundant amount of capital. If that sounds interesting to you, click on this ad. I'll show you exactly how it works. Otherwise, you can click skip on this ad. So my name is Andrew Mbesi, and I didn't create my income streams overnight, and certainly didn't get any handouts in the beginning either. Just like most people, I had to build my streams of income the hard way until I learned how to use 0% interest funding. And that's when I became no longer limited by capital to scale my investments or rely on banks and investors to profit a bigger piece of the pie for myself. Since I learned about this funding hack, I've obtained over $250,000 of 0% interest funding in less than 12 months. And now that makes me passive income upward of 7 figures per year, all without requiring a penny of my savings. And after I found success with this funding hack, I worked with hundreds of other people one-on-one and showed them how to successfully implement this strategy to fund their properties, stock and crypto investments, and business investments to net even bigger returns than they could have obtained on their own by backing them with a guarantee of $100,000 minimum of 0% interest funding while working together. Now, for the first time ever, I'm sharing exactly how you can unlock the secrets of 0% interest funding for yourself. And this is something that only the wealthiest investors in the world know about that allow them to become more wealthy and blow past the average investor. I'm not going to be doing this forever, so I invite you to my free workshop today to learn exactly how you can do this. You can click on this video to learn more. And no, this isn't some hour-long webinar where you're asked to buy something at the end. I put this together because I'm tired of watching everyday people just like you and I get ripped off. This workshop will allow you to learn the secrets the big funding companies, online gurus, and wealthiest investors in America don't want you to know, because they're afraid if you knew this information, you'd become too powerful and would overthrow their businesses. Sounds crazy, but honestly true. They wouldn't exist if you knew the secrets that they sell to their clients. So today, I won't be doing this forever. I'm unraveling all of the secrets for free. So click the link in this video. You won't want to miss your chance to learn this funding hack that so many people don't want you to know. This could be the major difference between you being an average investor or a wealthy investor yourself. And it's probably as long as the YouTube video you're about to watch. So take a moment and learn for yourself, and I'll see you on the inside. And if you're still watching this and still skeptical, no, I'm not one of those fake online business gurus you see online. You can actually investigate my profiles on Facebook and Instagram and dig into my personal life if you so desire to see the support I have gotten from family and friends throughout my journey to become financially independent. So with all of that said, I don't want to see you stuck in your current situation. The only way out is to take steps forward. So click the link on this video. This workshop won't last forever, and I look forward to taking you from an average investor to a wealthy investor, unraveling all the secrets the top investors and lenders do not want you to know. Click the link, and I will see you inside the workshop.
Three years ago, the elite's plan would have been unthinkable. An overhaul to the dollar so transformative, so earth-shattering, many thought it could never happen. But today, it appears to be a done deal. A dangerous plan is being rolled out across America, originally found on page 314 of a document from the desk of former Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi. A scheme to enact enormous change to the appearance and value of our money, a complete and total overhaul of our financial system. A change that could impact the savings of millions of Americans, especially those with more than $2,500 in the bank. Just hours after the first mention of this scheme surfaced in the halls of Congress, the details were quietly redacted, scrubbed from existence. What was in the section that was erased? Today, investigative journalist Dr. Nomi Prinz, famous for predicting the 2008 housing crisis, calling the lockdown crash of 2020, and exposing the nefarious connections between our nation's presidents and the Federal Reserve, reveals the full story. Dr. Prinz will show you why the elites have chosen this moment in history to release their dangerous overhaul on an unsuspecting American public. It's a scheme backed by a handful of global elites, including the Gates Foundation, the Federal Reserve, the World Economic Forum, all 50 states, and even the White House, which is primed to put the final pieces of this plan in place this summer. A plan so radical it may seem hard to believe. Already, big banks like JP Morgan Chase, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo have started to implement it. And as you will see, they actually have no choice in the matter. Major retailers like Starbucks, McDonald's, and Whole Foods, owned by Amazon's Jeff Bezos, have tested the necessary technology, and Microsoft and Visa have unveiled plans that will help it all take effect almost instantly. In today's interview, Nomi Prinz is going to explain exactly what she sees coming, why it could ultimately represent the elite's imminent endgame, and by the end of the conversation, she'll share exactly what you can do to escape the consequences of this new money plan, even potentially grow your savings with a step-by-step plan that she has come up with. Most people think inflation, war, and a currency collapse are the biggest risks to our financial system, but sadly, those problems don't even begin to explain what is about to happen in the months ahead. So if you've got any money at all in a U.S. bank account or retirement plan, or if you simply collect a fixed income from the federal government, please pay close attention, because you are at risk. The entire financial system is on the verge of a shock unlike anything that we have seen in decades. Those who take the critical steps today to protect their wealth will survive and potentially even thrive. Those who don't could be derailed.
All right, and we continue in the book, Slavery and the Civil War, What Your History Teacher Didn't Tell You, a handbook to combat revisionist history by Gary Bowers. Now we're in chapter 3 of this book. It says here, Lincoln, the great emancipator who wasn't. Let it be unequivocally said of Abraham Lincoln that he detested slavery on moral grounds. Let it also be said that he did not send federal troops into the South to free the slaves, but to preserve the Union. Further, if he were alive today, he would be considered the vilest of racists. Modern political correctness notwithstanding, he held most of the attitudes common in his day. Lincoln was not an abolitionist. Lincoln held no animosity toward the slaveholders, though he could not remember a time when he did not abhor the idea of slavery. He found the Northern abolitionists to be extreme, self-righteous, and unrealistic, and underestimating the difficulties that would ensue were slavery to be abolished. All right, these are all his quotes. Further, he did not denounce the slaveholders. I will surely not blame them for not going what I should not know how to do myself, he said. In fact, Lincoln said of the slave owners, if slavery did not exist among them, they would not introduce it. If it did not exist among us, we should not instantly give it up. These are not the words of a man who invaded the southern states in order to free the slaves or punish the slave owners. As munificent as his philosophy was toward slave owners, Lincoln held no such feeling toward the Negro. All right. Now, what do we know here in this community about Lincoln? A big thing that they probably never gonna mention and not thinking about when they're writing this book right here, which is that Mr. Lincoln, right, was a so-called Negro too, right? Lincoln was a Negro. So again, it wasn't about freeing so-called Negroes, because he was a president and he was a Negro. Aside from the slaves of his wife's family, who were incidentally her slaves by familial tradition, so his wife had slaves, right? He had little contact with the black race. Now, that's the hijack big time. Crayon colors. He was so-called black. He spoke of the taught slaves as being treated in paternalistic fashion. Now, remember, they're trying to say that slaves, literally, like, listen to how they're writing this book, that because he didn't know any slaves, that meant that he didn't know any black people. Because he's trying to say all slaves were black only. You see, so that's the hijack big time when we're reading these books. I just want to show you that many people have written a whole different version of what we hear all the time. Again, this is a whole different book. Lincoln was not, he didn't care really about freeing people or he didn't care to free so-called blacks. It wasn't about that. It's all about preserving the Union. It's all about that money back. Shout out to Back for What's Mine.
The Jimmy Dean Simple Scrambles Breakfast Cup. Eggs, sausage, bacon, and cheese, all included in one simple cup.
Continuing, as indeed a great majority of slaves were treated in paternalistic fashion, meaning that was their dad and mom who had them. They were family. Paternalistic fashion. Many slaves were treated like that, like if it was their parents, because a lot of them was their parents. They owned their kids a lot of the time, so they wouldn't be sold. Continuing here, a little further down the book, it says Lincoln's lack of admiration for those enslaved did not end there. Not only did he think they should not be equal citizens, he wished them removed from the United States. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia. On December 3rd, 1861, now remember, we're getting the guy's version of what he's interpreting from Lincoln saying. So there's nowhere in his words that would say, I am a white person, so he's interpreting it his way. But he did send colored people over to he wanted to send them to Liberia and Central America. Yeah, he did want to do that, like Marcus Garvey. Lincoln urged Congress to appropriate money for the deportation of blacks. At that time, he preferred either Liberia or Central America as their ultimate destination. As late as 1863, Lincoln had not given up on his deportation plan, though General Ulysses S. Grant had wanted to militarily take over the Dominican Republic and send them all there. You hear that? Lincoln followed through with his plan of removal of an experimental basis and sent 450 black freedmen to Haiti. almost half died of smallpox and starvation. Do you hear that? And remember, Lincoln is a so-called black man. There can be no question that his purpose in the war was definitely not to free the slaves. In his inaugural speech on March 4th, 1861, the new president said, "I have no purpose, directly or indirectly, to interfere with the institution of slavery. I believe I have no lawful right to do so, and I have no inclination to do so." He did say all these things. Remember, we got these on parts 1, 2, and 3. All right. Immediately following secession, Lincoln and the U.S. Congress offered the South the Corwin Amendment, which, among other things, guaranteed permanent slavery forever in the seceding states if only they would return to the Union. Only if you become to the Union. 3 states had already ratified the amendment when Fort Sumter was fired upon, and approved became moot. When the war began, the U.S. House of Representatives overwhelmingly passed a resolution with which Lincoln agreed, declaring the purpose of the conflict. Not only did this document not even mention slavery, I remember the Corwin Amendment, it doesn't even talk about slavery as a cause. It asserted that slavery would be preserved should the North win and the Union be reunited. All right, it even said that. In light of such events, it is patently absurd to assume the North invaded the South to free the slaves. Further, if the war had been initiated to end slavery, Lincoln would not have waited almost 2 years to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. It is quite apparent that this motive was added ex post facto to conceal the real reason for the North's invasion: economic hegemony. It's all about the money. It wasn't about freeing slaves. The Emancipation Proclamation was even 2 years late, right? In the first year of the war, U.S. General John Fremont took it upon himself to free the slaves of Confederate sympathizers in the border states of Missouri. Lincoln modified the order to comply with the Confiscation Act, by which troops could only seize slaves actually used in aid of the rebellion. His concern then was not emancipation, but the continued loyalty of the border states. The Department of the South, a Union military command led by David Hunter, declared in 1862 that the slaves of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida be forever free. Upon learning of this, Lincoln declared that pronouncement altogether void and resigned the order, though it was basically the same as the Emancipation Proclamation that would be issued the following year. All right, he was forced to do that. Hunter then formed a regiment of fugitive slaves. Lincoln and the War Department refused to commission or pay for the black soldiers. Hunter returned them to their owners. All right. Again, remember, Dodge the hijack. A lot of this could be pale skinned people too. And again, a lot of this also most likely includes American Indians. All right. Lincoln then went on to fire Secretary of War Cameron, primarily because he advocated making soldiers of so-called Negroes. All right. It wasn't until the issuance of Emancipation Proclamation in 1863 that Lincoln gave approval for the use of colored soldiers. That was, like the proclamation itself, a matter of politics and expediency, for he stated that slavery enables the enemies of free institutions to taunt us as hypocrites. It was not his love for blacks or even his opposition to slavery that was important, but the perception of other countries that were leaning toward support for the South. Perhaps the most definitive statement Lincoln made concerning slavery connection with the war came in an interview with the famous journalist Horace Greeley 2 years after the conflict had begun. My paramount object in the struggle is to save the Union, and is not to save or destroy slavery. Again, that was Lincoln. We got this in the other parts. He straight up said, my paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and it is not to save or destroy slavery. He went on to say that if he could only save the Union by keeping slavery, he would do so. This war was not about freeing the slaves.
Let your male freak flag fly.
Just consider this. As of 1861, the South produced 9 presidents, the North 6. But more important, 5 Southern presidents served 2 terms. No Northern president ever served 2 terms. In the first 64 years, 51 of those were under Southern presidents. You see why New England felt oppressed. No, that number would be higher, most likely, if Polk had not imposed on himself a rule to serve only 1 term. Had Zachary Taylor not died in office, Millard Fillmore would not have been president. And it is likely that William Crawford would have won against John Quincy Adams in 1824 had he not suffered a stroke during the election. If these things had happened, then in the first 64 years, only 8 years would be under Northern presidents. Southerners created Jeffersonian America. Look at attorney generals from the South, 14, the North 5. Supreme Court justices, 17, the North 11. Speakers of the House, the South, 21, the North 12. Southerners were crucial in securing independence from Britain and in forming the Constitution. All the territory acquired by the United States beyond the original 13 states was acquired by Southern administrations. As of 1860, the United States was very much a Jeffersonian regime, governed largely by Southerners.
Here, this book is called It Wasn't About Slavery, Exposing the Great Lie of the Civil War by Samuel W. Mitchcan Jr. The real cause of the war, says here, the Northern onslaught upon slavery was no more than a piece of specious humbug designed to conceal its desire for economic control of the Southern states. Charles Dickens, 1862. No soldier on either side gave a damn about the slaves. Shelby Foote, American historian. For the love of money is the root of all evil. 1 Timothy 6:10. There you go. And now we come to the real cause of the war, money. Most wars have been about money, or the transfer of riches and territory, which also equates to money, eventually. This economic factor should never be ignored. Shortly after the Revolutionary War, the United States decided to transfer all state war debts to the federal government. This was a great benefit to the North. Their states were freed from their massive debts, now paid by the central government. The primary way the U.S. government had to raise funds was via tariffs, mostly from Southern resources. From the beginning, the South was footing the bulk of the expenses of the government. William Grayson, one of Virginia's first U.S. senators, warned that he was afraid that the South would become the milch cow of the Union. Grayson proved to be prophetic. Speaking in 1828, Thomas H. Benton, who opposed slavery, told the Senate, before the Revolution, the South was the seat of wealth as well as hospitality. Money and all its commanded abounded there. But how is it now? All this is reversed. Why? Benton rhetorically asked himself. Federal legislation was his answer. Virginia, the 2 Carolinas, and Georgia may be said to defray 3/4 of the annual expense in supporting the federal government, and of this great sum annually furnished by them, nothing or next to nothing is returned to them in the shape of government expenditures. Benton went on to say, the South must be exhausted by its money and its property by a course of legislation which is forever taken away and never returning anything. Every new tariff increases the force of this action. No tariff has ever yet included Virginia, the 2 Carolinas, and Georgia, except to increase the burdens imposed upon them. After seeing Senator Benton's remarks, the reader might as well ask, why didn't the South leave the Union earlier than it did? Part of it came close during the nullification crisis. Only after Henry Clay and John C. Calhoun reached their tariff reduction agreement in 1833 did South Carolina back off secession. For despite the high tariff rates, the South and North both prospered then because they had a symbiotic economic relationship. When the Southerners bought their slaves from the Yankee flesh peddlers, They were using money loaned to them by northern banks. The worldwide industrial revolution was based largely on textile manufacturing, which required enormous amounts of cotton. The South produced more than 75% of the world's cotton. Where the South, America, terrestrial paradise, right? Agriculture. The New England textile industry was built on this cotton, which was mostly planted, cultivated, picked, and ginned by slaves. Cotton produced by slaves built the North prosperity like that of the Deep South. Even the northern shipping industry depended on cotton and slavery. The North sent supplies, especially food and clothing, to the South via ship. These same vessels took back cotton, much of it produced by slaves, to the New England textile mills, of which there were thousands. They then used it to manufacture textiles, which they shipped abroad. As James Madison said, the road to profitable trade for New England ran through the cotton fields of the South. Wall Street and the northeastern banking industry also indirectly depended on cotton and slavery. Plantation owners often borrowed to buy new land and slaves, and New York banks were more than happy to loan money to them. Cotton was America's number one economic product, right? Cotton accounted for more than half of all exports. The export value of cotton alone stood at 161,434,923 in 1859. That same year, the total value of all exports from North stood at only 78,217,202. In other words, the value of one Southern product accounted for more than twice the value of all Northern exports combined. As the country moved towards civil war in the late 1850s, the tax scales were tilted heavily against Dixie. President Buchanan told Congress the South had not had her share of money from the Treasury, and unjust discrimination had been made against her. By 1860, 80 to 90% of federal revenue came from the Southern export trade, which was largely built on slavery. Leonard M. Scruggs, a distinguished author and historian, put the figure even higher at around 95%. Here we see the real reason Abraham Lincoln and the more moderate Republicans did not wish to disturb slavery in the South. From its establishment up until 1861, the United States government was mostly funded by Southern agriculture and especially the cotton industry, much of which depended on slave labor. If slavery were abolished, federal funding would be eliminated with it. Thus, Lincoln and his allies only opposed the expansion of slavery into the territories. In doing so, Northern Republicans could create and then keep their lock on political power by adding more and more non-Southern states. The Southern states would become isolated and politically impotent vassal provinces and economic colonies, easily dominated and bullied by more populous North, which would be in a position to pick their pockets wherever it wished. Consider the Morrill Tariff as a prime example. No sooner had the lower tariff of 1857 passed than Northern elements in Congress began to agitate for its replacement. In 1858, Representative Justin Smith Morrill of Vermont introduced the Morrill Tariff in Congress. It would have raised the average dutiable ad valorem tax on imports from just under 20% in 1860, under the tariff of 1857, to more than 36% in 1862, and a whopping 47% within 3 years. Predictably, some of the protected northern industries and corporations needed to import specific items, so they were classified as non-dutiable, non-taxed. The South accounted for close to 82% of the U.S. export business and for more than 83% of American tariff revenues, even before the Morrill Tariff. About 80% of these revenues went to public works projects, railroads, and industrial subsidies in the North, enriching Northerners at the expense of the South. The moral tariff would make this unhealthy situation even worse. Despite its blatant unfairness, it passed the House of Representatives by a vote of 105 to 64. Only one of the South's 40 representatives voted for it. The moral tariff was, and protective tariffs in general are, particularly hard on exporters. By driving up the cost of imports, this tariff especially jeopardized the South's cotton market in Europe because England could develop new production regions in colonies such as India and lower the cost of imported cotton. The Southerners also faced retaliatory tariffs. Congressman Thaddeus Stevens of Pennsylvania was one of the sponsors of the moral tariff. He acknowledged that the bill would cause suffering in the South and West and would particularly hurt the poor, who would have to pay more for products, but it would benefit the Northeast through increased industrial production and the higher prices manufacturers could charge consumers. Stevens was a radical abolitionist and an excellent speaker, but not a nice person. He was profoundly anti-Southern and anti-Christian as well, once declaring that the Bible is nothing but the obsolete history of a barbarous people. He felt that if the South wanted to be prosperous, it should abolish slavery and become like the Northeast. That the South did not want to be like the Northeast was a fact that he simply could not understand, and he viewed it with malice. Fortunately for the South, Robert M. T. Hunter of Virginia chaired the Senate Finance Committee. He bottled up Morrow's proposed tariff in committee so that it became an issue in the 1860 election campaign. Both Douglas and Breckinridge opposed high tariffs, but not Lincoln. His support of the moral tariff helped him carry the critical states of Pennsylvania and New Jersey by a plurality. So that's what helped Lincoln win a little bit, huh? The Northern protectionists were pleased when the Deep South seceded and its senators went home. They had long wished to use the federal government to enrich themselves, but had found their way blocked by small government scruples of the Jeffersonian constitutionalists. If the Northern industrial special interests could raise the tariffs on imports from Britain, they could sell Northern products at higher price and thus reap higher profits. This is what Calhoun was trying to block when he demanded to know what business the government had picking the winners and losers in the private sector. But Jefferson was dead, Calhoun was dead, and Jefferson Davis had retired to his plantation on the Mississippi River. Now the Northern protectionists could ram their tariffs through Congress without Southerners blocking them. Lincoln and his army could always force the South back into the Union later, if necessary. At this time, of course, they had no idea what it would cost. To do justice to the protectionists, they did not think force would be necessary. Many of them, Lincoln among them, until April 4th, 1861, thought the South was bluffing. Union General Don Piatt recalled, his views of human nature were low, but good-natured. This low estimate of humanity blinded him to the South. He could not believe that men would get up in their wrath and fight for an idea. He considered the movement South as a sort of political game of bluff, gotten up by politicians, and meant solely to frighten the North. They, the Southern politicians, won't give up the offices. I remember, he said. Lincoln's ambition in life was to hold high office, and he could not believe the Southern leaders would voluntarily give up their seats in the Senate and other high places. But the South was not bluffing. The moral tariff easily passed the House again, 105 to 64. With the Deep South senators gone, Senator Hunter could no longer bottle it in committee. It passed the Senate 25 to 14 because Lincoln and the Republican Party had made the tariffs passage a major campaign issue and a test of party loyalty. Republican congressmen voted for it 89 to 2. In the Senate, Republicans voted it 24 to 0. It is worth noting that the tariff bill had priority even before excluding slavery from the territories. President Buchanan signed the tariff into law on March 2nd, 1861, 2 days before he left office. For practical purposes, Henry Clay's America system was now the law of the land. It had been Lincoln's political North Star throughout his public career. But the America system, whatever its aims, only helped the North. The Constitution allowed the federal government to collect tariffs to fund itself, but it had never been meant to enrich some people at the expense of others. Now the Constitution was irrelevant. Turned on its ear, it no longer served as an instrument to limit federal power. The moral tariff is a powerful and astonishing example of short-sighted partisans, greed, and its catastrophic consequences. Leonard Scruggs wrote later, the terms of the moral tariff were so harsh that it virtually forced the rest of the South, Arkansas, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia, out of the Union. Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri might have left too, had they been allowed to do so. After a 40-year history of economic abuse, the ties that bound the Union together disintegrated altogether. The southern states which remained in the Union saw that they would be treated unfairly by the North. The moral tariff, the North's refusal to enforce laws it didn't like, and open northern sympathy with terrorists pushed the Southerners over the edge. Many who had been pro-Union before Harper's Ferry and the moral tariff now favored secession. There was a solution to the slavery problem, but it required recognition from all parties that it was a national problem that needed a national solution in which all parties sacrificed. All parties had profited from slavery. The irresponsible abolitionists only offered sacrifice from other people, while most Northerners, many of whom had been more than willing to share in the profits associated with slavery directly and indirectly, were unwilling to share in any sacrifices. They were not willing to help pay for a compensated emancipation. For example, like pay the slaves, right? Pay. It's a small wonder the Southern newspaper of the day editorialized about Northern hypocrisy. Lincoln and his cronies had grand plans for the money they would get from their monstrously high tariffs. They did not believe the South was likely to go to war over this issue. They were dead wrong. Some Northern apologists tried to dismiss the moral tariff as a cause for the war by pointing out that it had not passed the Senate before the South seceded. Author James Spence, however, addressed this issue in 1862 when he wrote, "The Cotton States had indeed seceded previously, but why? Because as we have seen, political power had passed into the hands of the North, and they anticipated from the change an utter disregard of their interest, and of course of policy opposed to the spirit of the Constitution and to their rights under it. Was it possible to offer the world more prompt or convincing proof than this tariff affords, that their apprehensions were well founded? Some historians have questioned whether the South could have been a viable nation. However, the antebellum South was wealthier than many people today realize. Had it been an independent country, listen to this, the South did have all the wealth. So they could have been an independent country, it says, and if they had been in its own country in 1860, its economy would have been ranked the third largest on the European and American continents. Third largest. Dixie had 33% of the nation's railroad mileage and was ahead of every other country in the world, except, of course, the United States as a whole. It also had navigable rivers that did not freeze, several excellent ports, and a per capita income 10% higher than all the states west of Pennsylvania. Its wealth was not confined to the affluent planter class. It also had a large, highly industrious class of yeomen, farmers. Most of them did not own slaves. Only about 6 to 7% of the Confederate enlistees had slaves. Slaveholding yeomen farmers usually had only one or two. They labored in the cotton fields right beside their chattels. A lot of these people, again, it was just family working together. That's why they work side to side. They owned their family, or they were said to own their family. They listed them like that in the slave schedules. They was just indentured servants, a lot of these people. But it is true that many were ambitious to own more. After all, the first masters who lived in the big house were not born there. Most of them started out picking their own cotton. What? Big one right there, right? Most of these masters, how did they start out? They were picking their own cotton. What does that mean? There were slaves before, right? But I thought only black people, so-called black people, were slaves, huh? You see? Now that secession had come, most of the middle class in the deep south looked toward the future with optimism. Now they would be able to keep more of their hard-earned income under a government that understood them better and was less exploitive and corrupt than that of the United States as a whole.
Now, I'm going to stop right here. I'm going to thank everybody for coming. I want to thank everybody for staying. But I thought I was imagining something here. So like I said, I want to thank everybody for coming. And that concludes tonight's session. Thank you for staying. Thank you for coming. And I will see y'all next time.